Good morning. Good morning, everyone. It happens to be June 12th, 2024. Please join us for the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners meeting. Join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We do have citizen input, but the first thing I want to do is share with you the best news I heard yesterday. I don't know if you all are aware, but last year, Best Care, who serves our region for behavioral health issues, had 26 drug overdoses, 26 in 1 year. And prior years, they'd had one a year. So yesterday, when I saw Rick Chalefin at a meeting, he actually told me we have only had one, Best Care have only had one overdose this year. So somehow the message has gotten out there how dangerous fentanyl is and how people need to be more careful. So amazing. It's 1 year to date. So I just wanted to share that with you.
Great news.
I know. He was going to meet with his medical director to find out how this has happened, but I believe we have made a difference. We didn't think we'd make a difference this soon. Citizen input at this time. I do have several people. Bruce Halprin, you want to be first? You do have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Bruce Halperin, 20655 Sunbeam Lane, Bend. Commissioners, it is very difficult to discuss the proposed Fort Thompson campground with the commission as your minds seem to be made up and you do not want to accept valid, reasonable questions or critiques. Commissioner DeBone wants the county to have more market rate RV parks with a non-recreational emphasis and extended stays. The Echo Northwest study does next to nothing to document a deficient supply of this product, although the deficiency is probably real. So how many new RV sites do we theoretically need and where? We have no clue. The solution is probably already upon us, though. 176 RV units are being built right now on the south side of Bend, but the commission does not seem to want to acknowledge this project. According to the Echo Northwest report, this is almost double the long-term shortage of hotel rooms in the county. Further, the commission has begun a process to considerably expand the expo center, including the RV park. That would easily take care of another chunk of the shortfall. Finally, there is a possibility that some form of RV park can be developed on the Bender Road property, addressing more shortfall. The result is that cumulatively, another RV park at Fort Thompson is unneeded and financially risky. This process began at the commission retreat in January 22, when Commissioner Chang listed his upcoming priorities. He stated that he wanted to build a recreational campground at Fort Thompson. His reasoning was that Deschutes County needs more campgrounds, and this new campground would help get dispersed campers out of forest areas. It very much seems that his mind has been made up and since the beginning, and difficult facts or processes are not going to get in the way. His comments then and since are often not supported by facts or are inaccurate. An example of this is at the 2022 retreat, he said, quote, "We have not built any new campgrounds in over 40 years, unquote. First, he conveniently did not mention that the county has consciously not been a parks provider. Second, he did not count the Expo Center RV park, which is only 10 years old. At last week's meeting, he said the Echo Northwest study, quote, lays out the demand for camping in our region pretty well, unquote. Well, maybe for him it does, but not for many of us. We have been documenting serious weaknesses and flaws in the study and have had zero responses. He has not even attempted to explain how you will force dispersed campers to use the Fort Thompson campground. Last week, the commission talked about having a work session to allow for a better public discussion of the Fort Thompson proposal. I am getting discouraged of the value of that meeting. If you are really going to support and document your arguments, great. If you're going to respond to our valid questions and critiques, great. If you're going to continue to ignore all the inconsistencies and problems that we have identified, what's the point of a work session? Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce.
Thank you.
Mr. Halperin, I would just say we're very, very early in exploration of this concept. There have been no decisions made to build anything, to operate anything, but there has been a need identified for additional recreational assets in our community. And I would like to further analyze this concept at Fort Thompson Road and in other places in order to understand how to best meet the needs of our community. And the work session would be one piece of that. Further robust analysis would be an additional piece of that. And planning, we can't tell you how much something is actually going to cost, how much we would charge, how much market demand there's going to be, until we actually have a concept of what we're talking about. So right now, what we've got is a twinkle in the eye with that feasibility study. So we are very, very early in the process of analysis of this concept, and there will be plenty of opportunities for public engagement along the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Carl Shoemaker.
Hello, I'm Carl Shoemaker, live in Bend. I get these letters regularly from Tri-West. They're an insurance provider that works with BACCN to provide payments. It's not a bill, it's just telling me what's been going on. Okay, in February, March of this year, there were 4 visits by a nurse, a skilled nurse from a local nursing provider. And it added up to a total of $1,000.01. BACCN approved $1,618.59. You subtract 1,000 from 1,618, that's $618 just in 1 month for one veteran, with no explanation of why there's a difference in payment. I assume this happens to all the veterans in the county. My brother out in Versailles, Missouri, he gets medical insurance provided through Tri-West, so this must be nationwide. It's a mystery. It's a puzzlement. I'm sure there's an explanation for it. And it occurs to me, if someone of the Fourth Estate were interested in looking into such a thing, they might discover some interesting news. Maybe even get a Pulitzer Prize. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Carl, I would suggest maybe taking it over to our VA office here and have our new executive director, Sean, take a look at it for you. Yeah, our veterans up just right across the street. I would actually go over there. Okay, if you wouldn't mind, I think that would be maybe a worthwhile. Robin, Bora?
Mine's on the landfill item.
Oh, sorry, it got mixed in. I will move you back. Rondo, you're next.
Morning, Commission, and everyone else in the room. I'm Rondo. I've been living in Deschutes County over half my life now. I want to start off by thanking the commissioners here for tolerating us, who you serve. I want to speak specifically to what I see is an unreasonable tolerance of often the NIMBY guest to these meetings that don't respect the decorum or the other people in the room whose time is just as valuable as theirs. I am a longtime political activist. I've attended hundreds of meetings in this town. I see the NIMBY show up. NIMBY, for those who want to know what I'm talking about, is not in my neighborhood, where we have a community issue that we all want to see solved, and then we see our elected leaders try to solve them, and then they take a bunch of crap from us. A lot of it uninformed, and a lot of it very irrational. And I like to think that I am not ever in that group, but if I ever am in the past or the future, I do apologize for it. And I actually kind of apologize for my fellow opinionated residents that do bother to show up at a meeting, even if it is only a NIMBY issue. Recently, we had a NIMBY hearing. I'll refer to it as that. And we have often a lot of subjects that continue through the thread of our monthly and yearly life together here. People are speaking up out of the, staying up in their seat. I feel disrespected as another person sitting in the seat next to that person or in the same room when they disrespect the rules of the meeting. So I'm going to ask you, after thanking you for doing your job so well, is to do it a little bit better next time and not tolerate that, because I understand the moment and your temptation to make everybody happy, but really you're not here to make everybody happy. The rule of the room is, I think, the most important, just like traffic rules out on the road. Thank you for your time.
Rondo? Okay, is there anyone else? Stephen, do we have any raised hands? Doreen? Doreen, would you please join us?
Good morning, commissioners.
Morning, Doreen.
I was, going after him was a little bit hard, but yeah, and it's not about NIMBY, it's about poisoning our neighborhoods. So sorry, I lost my thing here. Our community and country versus you and your tyrannical aviation agendas. Number of commercial operations has consistently gone down for decades, while at the same time, number of flight schools and nonstop low altitude aircraft and flight hours have gone up. The studies and evidence leave no doubt that hundreds of thousands of Americans are physically and or mentally crippled annually, and tens of thousands of Americans die from aviation noise and emissions. There's no question whether airport noise and activity harms all life forms for miles in every direction and leaves dangerous levels of leaded particulates inside homes and schools, under and near frequently used flight paths, increasing heart attacks and violence. And the largest helicopter training flight school in the country, which use in the Pacific Northwest, which use blade slapping and beat trees to death that are penetrating your future flight path ceilings, and flush birds while someone shoots them and use blade slapping to chop up the small ones. They say that they can't do that, but I've sent plenty of proof otherwise. On no-fly days, airport benefactors sit on properties more than a mile from airports shooting birds all day. This by more than 30 airports and airstrips in Central Oregon with extinction level events and huge mental health problems, while all airlines are laying off. Who are these pilots? Well, the colleges feed the students, and flight schools are able to have students get visas to live in our communities. And recently were granted visas for students to live and work here 23.5 months after taking American jobs in airlines when all airlines are laying off. Many of these students are from countries who've sworn to destroy the West, and even an aviation business here from a country that we are actively providing weapons to for bombing, and they move nuclear warships to within 125 kilometers of our shores. So this is what American politics have come down to. You, the politicians in the dictatorship versus the people. You catering only to industry, which destroys our viability of small farms and health, while you place erasure of family, health, and God as the top priority, so long as it brings your weaponized federal dollars. I'm sending an email with attachments for operations going down. Thank you.
Thank you, Doreen. Okay, are there any other raised hands? Not for matters on the agenda? So Stephen, there's no one else? Okay, thank you so much. All right, we do now have our consent agenda.
Move approval of the consent agenda.
I will second it.
Is there any further discussion?
Just acknowledging a bunch of appointments here today. So congratulations and thank you for the people serving on the dog board, the service area committee, housing authority, and facility review committee, and vector control district.
Oh, and don't forget that Phil Henderson is added to our audit committee. Okay, so Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. So now let's go to item number 9. I believe we have a little bit of an update to that item. Good morning.
Morning, Commissioners. Dave Doyle, County Attorney, Cody Smith, County Engineer is here with me. For you, this is set for a public hearing to consider ordinance number 2024-005, which would amend the Deschutes County Code Section 8.08, dealing with noise control, and this is specific to essentially routine public road maintenance activities. Cody can provide the staff report, and then I'd ask that you open the public meeting and solicit any testimony. I would note that there is a request to do an emergency adoption, so this would come effective immediately.
Is that the handoff to me? Okay. And again, for the record, Cody Smith, County Engineer, Deschutes County Road Department. So board under current county code, Deschutes County Code, Title 8, Chapter 8, noise control. Public agencies are effectively prevented from running any type of equipment between the hours of 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. Except by a permit. And the current process for receiving one of those permits under county code is a fairly time intensive and laborious process that ultimately results in a public hearing before the Board of Commissioners. In general, when we're talking about the types of work a road agency and specifically in this case, when we're talking about a road agency, we're either talking about Deschutes County Road Department or we're talking about the Oregon Department of Transportation. The kinds of work generally we're doing after hours, a big primary one is just wintertime operations, whether that's plowing snow, ice prevention operations. At times, it also includes some of our more other types of routine maintenance work, including pavement preservation, sign and guardrail replacement. And that's typically happening either in cases where a daytime traffic control operation is going to create a significant safety hazard due to high traffic volumes that are going to build up excessive traffic queues. At times, traffic queues that could actually back up on the state highway system. That's also going to be on days where heat or air quality indexes later in the day might prevent us from doing that type of work during late morning, afternoon hours, and we need to get an earlier start prior to 7 a.m. at the day. So with that, the proposed text amendment that's before you would revise Chapter 8.08 in County Code to exempt, it would do two things. Number one is it would exempt routine road maintenance practices from the noise permit requirements and allow those types of operations, effectively making them an outright permitted activity. Second, it would revise the process for obtaining a noise variance permit for those cases where it's not some routine type maintenance practice, something that's going to be a little more involved and noisy, that would involve, rock crushing, rock hammering, blasting, those types of things. If for some reason those things needed to happen at night, a permit process that's an administrative process through the Deschutes County Community Development Department. This would generally align with the other cities that are in our county, as well as many other agencies around the state of Oregon. So with that, happy to answer any questions the board might have. And then I guess I'll, after that, we'll throw it back to the chair to open the public hearing.
Cody, I'm curious, the winter operations, that's very clear to me. We don't time when the snow is going to fall. We need to clear that. And I think everyone in our community is very happy that County Roads is doing that work, whatever time of day they're doing it, so that we can get to where we need to go. The other kinds of operations, I mean, these are operations that are allowable between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. with a special, case by case permission. How often is that scenario coming up? I mean, how often are there situations, non-winter conditions related, winter operations related situations where we are needing to issue those special permissions? I mean, I can remember a couple over the last year, but I'm just wondering how big of a need is this?
Sure, and great question, because it segues into one part of this that I meant to address also. So a good example of this is this summer, a couple of different work activities that are coming up. We, the road department, have some additional road repair activities we have planned around Deschutes Junction, on Deschutes Market Road, Greystone Lane, kind of stuff where if we're doing it during the day, we're going to be backing up a fairly excessive traffic queue that would back up onto Highway 97. That's in general, those kind of activities and those kind of locations on those very high volume arterial, in the case of the road department, on those much higher volume arterial roads where in particular where we're in close proximity to the state highway system, that's typically where we're doing that kind of work. So for the road department, that's we might have one of those every year. That's we don't like working at night for a number of reasons. Obviously, working in the dark is in terms of safety, in terms of quality control, is not an ideal situation. So definitely the intent with this is not suddenly going to see a whole bunch more work happening at night. This is just going to kind of allow it easier for the current operations that we already conduct to occur. I do know this summer with ODOT and the US 97 Lower Bridgeway Terrebonne project starting up, they do have some components of that project that they want to have happen at night. That type of work would be something under the proposed code that would require a permit, but would have a little more straightforward, less timely process for them and their contractor to obtain that permit. So those are a couple upcoming examples of when that type of thing would happen. In the case of ODOT, anything that requires them to do any type of flagging on the state highway system per the Oregon Highway Plan, they can't do that during daytime operations, at least on certain state highways, for example, US 97. So with that one of the reasons we are asking the board to adopt this as an emergency is just so it will go into effect immediately. Otherwise, it would take 90 days for it to go into effect after the second reading. So it would put us, into the fall before this really took effect. And so we're asking for this to take effect immediately, just to cover some upcoming work for this summer.
Is there a notification process like for a nighttime paving of ODOT? Because that's the scenario I've seen this utilized mostly, notification of neighbors.
So under the permit process, absolutely, there's still a notification process. With the routine maintenance, that's already in our, both our case as well as ODOT's case, that's already kind of built into our operations. We're typically putting out reader boards at least a week, oftentimes 2 weeks in advance of any work that's happening. So again, our intent here is not suddenly there's going to start being a whole bunch of nighttime, early morning work that's occurring out on our road. It's just to more effectively and easily implement the work we already do.
And I guess I'd say again, the winter operations, I fully tracking that. I can't imagine members of the public being not being supportive of that or being upset about, plowing happening at 2 a.m. But it's these other scenarios that, I mean, there is a pathway to acquire permission to operate between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. already. And I just kind of, even if we are going to approve it, which, all of the instances of this that I've seen in the last couple of years, we have approved. It is, I mean, there is value in the Board of Commissioners knowing that there's going to be activity like that happening in the middle of the night in a neighborhood, and we might hear about it from people and being able to say to them, yeah, we know, and we approve this, and here's the reasons why we approved it. So I am wondering if we could actually parse this apart and approve the winter operations and consider making the other, keeping the other scenario still a board process.
Maybe another example that happens far more frequently that I could give is with our chip seal operation. I brought up the case where we have expected daytime heat indexes that are going to exceed the OSHA thresholds where we can have people working. So oftentimes when that's happening, we're starting our chip seal operation at 4 or 5 in the morning. That's something that happens very frequently during the summer. So in that example, if we're talking about, now we have to do, oftentimes the permitting process that's in place under code can take sometimes as much as 3 months. It's quite a lengthy process. So it's, planning that far out and not knowing the outcome for, again, something that's very routine and is work that has to happen regardless and has to happen at the hours it's happening at regardless. For those types of reasons is why we're requesting this change to county code.
I think that's great that you brought the temperatures up, because today on the radio, the story was if you have an employee, they were talking about farm laborers, and if it's at 80 degrees, the water you have to provide and the shade and everything. And then at 90, the rules got even tighter. So I can imagine that's a really hot operation, and definitely you've got to go to 4 a.m.
Yeah. And those same rules apply to us. And that's oftentimes what we're having to do.
Exactly.
For one other note, there was a updated chapter. What's the difference?
So I sent that to Brenda this morning. The only difference was it appears that what wound up in the agenda packet was a scan of a print, and there might have been, there was concern that maybe that was a little too hard to read. So I sent Brenda no difference in the text. It was just more legible.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a little. So thank you. So are we good to open the public hearing? Dave?
You're done asking questions of staff. It's time to open public hearing, call for comments.
Okay. Let us open up our public hearing on ordinance number 2024-005, which would amend our Deschutes County Code, section 8.08, noise control. So is there anyone in the room that would care to make comments? You would be allowed 3 minutes unless you're from an agency. Is there no one in the room that wants to make any public comments? Stephen, what about online? You guys, this could be your sleep if you're going to be right. But it's always you know, it's a heat related thing in the summer and I can definitely understand. No one's with a raised hand either online. Okay, so I believe we will now close the public hearing and bring back Dave Doyle, since,
Well, the motion that staff is requesting would be to move first and second reading by title only, and then separately to move emergency adoption.
okay, that's assuming all three of us will be voting for it.
Would require unanimous for emergency adoption, yes. Otherwise, we'd be back in a couple weeks for a second reading, and then it'd be 90 days. So it would we'd miss this season anyway, but we'd be ready for next summer.
Okay, so I will close the oral and the written record at this time. And is there any discussion? Steve? Oh, okay. They're just trying to make
Almost.
sure I'm on my game today. All right, so the hand went down. We're not to the moon pit yet. All right. Is there any further discussion?
I support this. You know, this is one of the statements was it aligns with other jurisdictions, our cities. I haven't done research in other counties, but you know, it's a short window of time to get some of these paving projects done. And with notification of you know, neighbors, I'm supportive of proceeding.
I just kind of to follow that line of thought that I was on earlier. I guess I would ask Cody if there's if this is a pretty rare occurrence, would it be possible, you know, and I don't want to stand in the way of important summer operations that we have planned and we've scheduled out. Would it be possible, you know, if this is a pretty rare occurrence, for us to, you know, for the board to get essentially a notification about instances, you know, instances like this as they occur or as they are planned, just so that we can be, again, prepared to, you know, hear concerns from the public, you know, as they come up. You know, I'm not surprised that there's no one here to give comment, you know, on this item, you know, for this hearing. I also would be surprised if no one complained about operations outside their window at 3 o'clock in the morning. You know, that are going to be occurring in the future. So I would like to know about them, and also for you know, maybe for roads to give us a little bit of that. You know, you've provided us with several of the rationales, like why would we need to operate it in between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. If you could just kind of list, you know, give us you know, tell us what's going to happen when, lay out the rationales so that we are prepared to respond to public concerns if they come up.
Yeah, so I guess first I just want to clarify, Commissioner. I think really your big concern is cases where we're doing more of a you know, mainline paving type operation that's going to be potentially a little more noisy and impactful for neighbors. Again, oftentimes, you know, for example, wintertime operations, that's already happening. Some of the, you know, with chip seal and some of the other summertime work that our crew's going out early to start at 5 a.m. to perform, that's something that's happening frequently. I think specifically you're talking about those, excuse me, those more major pavement operations. And absolutely, we can provide, road department staff can provide a notice to the board when those kind of activities are happening. When the road department is partaking and undertaking those kind of activities, no problem.
Yeah, I don't want to hear about winter plowing every time it's happening, but
And I guess
that once or twice a year.
Maybe just a couple other things to kind of point out here. I mean, you know, once again, you know, you're talking about going through people's neighborhoods, and our intent here is not in general. It never has been, and when we're doing this kind of work during nighttime, we're not necessarily going through people's neighborhoods. This is usually, again, on those high volume arterial roads where we're in primarily in very close proximity to the state highway system. So, you know, again, Deschutes Market's kind of a prime example. That's effectively an interchange right there. So when we're doing work around that area, and you know, we're not necessarily right in someone's neighborhood in that case. And I had another point I wanted to make. I've completely forgotten it now, but anyways.
Tell me later. I'm good. Thank you.
With that, I'll move approval of first and second reading of ordinance number 2024-005 by title only.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. Approve the ordinance. First reading, an ordinance amending title 8.08 noise control of the Deschutes County Code by title only, ordinance number 2024-005. And then I will do second reading and an ordinance amending title 8.08 noise control of the Deschutes County Code, ordinance number 2024-005, and that's the second reading. And then do we have to have a motion then for emergency adoption? Okay, so is there a motion, please?
I'll move emergency adoption of ordinance number 2024-005.
And I will second it.
Is there any further discussion? Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. So Cody, let us all know when you think of it.
Thank you. And I remembered that last point I was going to make. So
Yes,
There
Cody,
it is.
please do.
the other thing I was going to say is with those more major maintenance type projects that we're contracting out, work hours are specified in our bidding documents and contracts. So we, this isn't in the case of when we're hiring a contractor. Also, it's not just an open-ended letting them work whatever hour they want. We specify work hours between. Typically, we specify work hours between 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. in our paving contracts. We're going to continue to do that, except again in those cases where we think that nighttime work would be warranted again to address public safety issues.
What else?
Okay, and you're talking about if the temperature is going up, it's going to be above 85. So then you'll give that contractor an option to.
I'm talking about just in the very specific case. In the case of a contractor, also, yeah, if we have those heat index problems, but oftentimes that's more on the contractor, and oftentimes they're just canceling work for the day. So
Okay,
On the weekly road maintenance update email goes out from the county, and
Yes.
What an opportunity, if there's something that's kind of way out of the norm, it could be published right there. Next
yeah,
week,
and
we're gonna do
it
something.
will be. Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
okay. So Dave, do I need to do anything else then? Adopting it by emergency?
I believe you had the vote, didn't they?
We're done.
3-0.
Yes, it was 3-0. So you did a
Forward. It's been a
great job. Thank you all. So now we will go to item number 10.
Yes, commissioners, this is staff asking for consideration, board order number 2024-017, which will designate the Deschutes County District Attorney to represent the state's interest in civil commitment proceedings. A little bit of history in 2019. I know Commissioner DeBonne will recall, and I forget the dates. I believe you were here as well.
I was.
Commissioner. The board and the budget committee decided, and primarily due to budget impacts and FTE asks from the district attorney at that time, to have county legal take over representation of the state's interest in pursuing civil commitment proceedings. We've done that for 5 years now. The district attorney and the health department, behavioral health, have recently come forward and indicated they think it would be a better fit to return it to the district attorney's office because of the connection to the aid and assist dockets and the other mental health court issues that the district attorney's office handles. And so I know they had an ask during the budget committee for an FTE, but I did confirm with Mr. Gunnels prior to that if that ask was not granted, did they still want to take back the civil commitments? And they said yes. The program-based reasons for that is what's driving this, and that they wanted this back regardless of whether they were allocated additional FTE. I will note the county legal did not receive any FTE when we took this over in 2019. We just absorbed it within our caseload. And at the time, it requires whatever lawyers involved on that hearing to drop everything for 2 days and just do nothing but prepare and then actually prosecute the hearing and then go back to what you were doing. So anyway, that's some background on it. It's certainly a different process than it was 5 years ago. And we've shared those changes with the district attorney's office, so they're fully informed that they're going to be getting back into some work that's quite a bit different than what they handed off 5 years ago. And so they're doing that with their eyes wide open, and that's their request. Behavioral health is in support of that. And county legal's position is we're happy to continue doing it, but we also recognize and not going to question the district attorney if he feels there's a program-based need to reunite that with aid and assist and the larger mental health court. We're happy to step aside and allow that to occur.
Well, yeah, special thank you to our legal department picking it up and now the DA for taking it back. But it's evolving and it's really grown, kind of mushroomed a little bit in the last few years. Statewide discussion on this topic, but it's good that we're working together internally here to be able to find a home for these services. And as I say, thanks for the legal department for providing this over the last few years.
It was a wonderful opportunity, quite frankly. It was able to get all of our lawyers into the courtroom a lot more
Yeah, there you go.
frequently than we otherwise would. I think it had a real instrumental impact on a recent federal civil rights trial that the county defended. John Laherty did up in Portland. I think he benefited from 5 years of civil commitment hearings and being in the courtroom, if not weekly, certainly monthly, on contested hearings and whatnot. So we certainly enjoyed it, enjoyed doing it. It's a challenging book of business, so to speak. It's sometimes very sad and tragic, but it's a very important area, and reuniting it at the DA's office with the aid and assist docket and the mental health, the broader mental health docket. I'm sure there's some real benefits to that. And that's why we're happy to step aside if that's the will of the board. And this order would formalize that, and it's required by statute that the board designate who's going to be doing that.
Yeah, Dave, for me, I am trying to, well, first off, thank you again to County Legal for covering this important function for the last 5 years. But I am trying to weigh in my mind the added benefit of having this function inside the DA's office versus the added cost. Because, we did hear from DA Gunnels that, ideally he would like to have additional staffing in order to reabsorb this function, and County Legal has been providing this function for 5 years within existing staff. So I have no doubt that there are benefits to having this function administered within the DA's office, but is it is what we're doing right now unsatisfactory enough that we need to expend additional funds? The DA's office is one of the largest general fund expenditures, staff expenditures for the county, and I really am trying to reconcile functionality and providing good public service with dollars and cents.
Yeah, I can't speak globally to the functionality of it all and how it all fits. I'm very deferential to the district attorney, and when he and his top staff are saying that they see some real benefit in uniting it back with the aid and assist, which is a criminal matter, and they of course handle that.
Yeah.
I certainly understand that. So I'm sorry, I can't really speak more directly to the FTE piece. I understand that they did make a presentation during the budget week, and so I suspect you'll hear that again next year in the budget, or however that ultimately ends up working out.
Maybe you could,
but I will say functionally, while the handling those cases has definitely changed and become much more complicated than they were 5 years ago. The law has changed quite significantly. The standard to get someone committed is higher than it was 5 years ago. I'm very proud of the fact that, and I'm not a big numbers guy, but on a numbers metric basis, we have a higher success rate than the DA did in the 5 years we were doing it.
So how many people did you actually have to put through this program?
The actual number, I'd have to work with Pauline on that, but
well, I just remember your story about the person who'd consumed all the gummy bears that were loaded with THC and they'd done permanent damage. So
there's often a drug connection to the civil commitment. It's not always, but it's not uncommon that there's a drug connection there. But Yeah, again, I think you'd have to ask that of Mr. Gunnels, but what I understand of the aid and assist, it's definitely, there's a connection with civil commitment. And sometimes when aid and assist is probably not going to result in someone being deemed competent to stand trial for the criminal offense, then the option is potentially to see if you can get them civilly committed so they don't essentially walk away scot-free and they get some level of care and assistance and help. I see that connection piece being, there. And the DA's office has a much broader outlook on the mental health related cases. So ours was just that narrow slice of civil commitments. And so I can't argue with the logic. I see it. I understand it. Again, we were happy to do it for 5 years. And if a handful of years down the road, you change your mind, we'll be happy to do it again. Like I say, we really received some benefit from it and enjoy doing it. And like I say, it's a lot more challenging. The law has changed. In the years before we took it over, they had one civil commitment investigator and it was the same person. I think we've had 6 separate civil commitment investigators in the 5 years we've done it. That's significant in terms of how cases are presented and what criteria are being brought forward. Back then, 5 years ago, we had 1 or 2 psychiatrists from St. Charles that we typically had. Now we have one of a laundry list. It could be one of 4 or 5 or 6 of them. They've had additional ones. They've had some leave, some arrive, and they have a larger psychiatric staff than they did 5 years ago. The public defender's office is much more aggressive in defending these than they were 5 years ago. I know the holds don't always equate to civil commitment hearings, but holds have more than doubled in the 5 years that we've done it. So the volume of holds 5 years ago when it was handed off to us was let's say 200, and it's now 400. I think I'm wrong on those numbers. It might be 3 and 6, but there's an awful lot more folks being put on mental health holds now than there were 5 years ago. So it's a challenging area. And like I say, it was very beneficial from an attorney practice point of view for ourselves, our staff, myself included. I handled probably a half a dozen or a dozen of them over the years. And so it was very beneficial to get in the courtroom and have those contested hearings in front of a judge. With somebody potentially being committed for up to 180 days. And if you equate that in the criminal world, you've got to do some pretty bad stuff anymore to go to jail for more than 6 months. And, we're having someone committed against their will for up to 6 months. It's a pretty serious, situation. You're dealing with, constitutional rights and real substantial impacts to people and the system. So it's a challenging area. We wish the DA's office all the best. I'm sure they'll do great work with it as they did previously. Again, the handoff 5 years ago had nothing to do with what was occurring other than it was a fiscal decision by the budget committee and the board 5 years ago.
Juniper's.
I really don't want to see us in 11 months reversing this decision during budget week in 2025. But if the DA has said that they want this function back, regardless of whether they're going to receive additional FTE, I'll support it.
Yeah. Now, and when I make that statement, that was in context of this budget ask. I did ask
this year
Donald straight up a couple of weeks before budget. Listen, if you're unsuccessful with your ask in a couple of weeks, does this change? And he stated, no, we still would like to have it back. We believe it belongs with us. It's a better fit in light of the reasons I've discussed. And I budget years into the future, I don't want to make any representations or, because I didn't ask him that. I don't know what his position would be this time next year, and whether he'll be making a budget ask or not.
Do we have a motion?
With that, I'll move approval of order number 2024-017, designating the Deschutes County District Attorney to represent the state's interest in civil commitment proceedings.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. And that actually is supposed to take effect then?
Take effect July.
Yeah. And
we'll remain available to assist if they need us. I will point out that over the 5 years, there were 1 or 2 instances where we were just short of bodies because our staff is much smaller, and we had to borrow a DA or 2 to help us do a hearing when we just didn't have enough bodies. So, and I've made that clear to Mr. Gunnels. We're available likewise if they get in a bind and they need someone to step in. We'd be happy to go handle it for them. And we are going to still continue to handle ERPOs, the extreme risk protection orders. We took those over about 6 months ago. We were asked to handle any of the contested ERPO hearings. So if law enforcement goes in and does a petition to have a weapons taken from somebody based on some risk of suicide, mental health issues, that's done by the judge ex parte, but the person who's the subject of that has an ability to challenge that. And if they challenge that, in the past, the law enforcement was showing up by themselves and having to sort of present their testimony and sort of cross-examine the subject. And there might be some third-party folks that you needed to testify, and law enforcement wasn't comfortable with that, having to wear that sort of quasi-lawyer hat. And so they asked if we would get involved in the contested ones. There aren't a whole lot of contested ones, 2, 3, maybe 4 a year, I would think max. But we've handled 2 of those for them in the last 6 months. And we did check with Mr. Gunnels, and he was comfortable having those remain with county legal. And we do that for across the county platform. So all the law enforcement agencies, the various police chiefs have all signed off on having us handle those ERPO hearings on behalf of their officers. So in fact, I did one about 6 months ago, and I believe Kim did one just last week or this week. So
Are you talking about Redmond and Bend
Redmond and Bend, yeah, we do it for them as well.
and Sun River, everyone?
All the chiefs were on board with it. The sheriff was on board with it. The DA was happy with it. And so we'll continue to handle the contested ERPOs when we're asked.
Okay.
It's up to the law enforcement agency to ask us, but and like I say, those are minimal. They're 4 a year, let's say, that go to a contested hearing. So we'll continue to do those. And like I say, we'll be available for Mr. Gunnels and his staff if they need an emergency fill-in because they don't have enough bodies for some reason.
Thank you, Mr. Doyle.
Thank you. I'm here for the next one as well.
Okay, we're talking about
That'll do.
weeds, I believe.
Yeah, this will be the quick one. I know everybody wants to get to the landfill siting. I see Tim Schumer.
You're
back there,
allocated
and
5 minutes.
It's nice to see Tim. So I will, this is the second reading of ordinance number 2024-004. This was an amendment to Deschutes County Code 8.35 regarding weed control. And the single amendment was in section 8.35.070. We replaced we took the county clerk out as the party responsible for providing literature to folks relative to operating machinery and noxious weeds, and we substituted in the road department. And that came out of an internal audit by our county internal auditor that the clerk that was brought to his attention that that's not something the clerk does. And so we made that change. The board approved first reading a couple of weeks ago. This is a time for second reading by title only and then adoption. And adoption would be 90 days from today.
I'll move approval of second reading of ordinance number 2024-004 by title only.
And I will second it.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes, moving approval by title only and ordinance amending title 8.35, weed control of the Deschutes County Code, ordinance number 2024-004.
I'll move adoption of ordinance 2024-004.
Second.
Any further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. And so that will be adopted in 90 days.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Doyle. Okay, now we're into item number 12. Tim.
Good morning, Chair Adair, Commissioner members. For the record, I'm Tim Brownell, the Director of the Solid Waste Department here for Deschutes County. And the item before us today is a public hearing for the consideration of the Solid Waste Advisory Committee's recommendation to select the Hooker Creek Moon Pit property for the siting for the county's future solid waste management facility, AKA a landfill. So there is a recommended motion today, and that is following the public hearing that the board may either hold the oral and written record open and continue the hearing to a date certain, close the oral record and hold the the written record open to a date certain, close both the oral and written record and set a date certain for deliberations, or close both the oral and written record and begin deliberations. We'll begin with a brief staff presentation. I'm joined here today by Ryan Rudnick and Dwight Miller with Parametrics, who is our consultant hired to help us with this process to get to the point of a recommendation to the board. So with that, we'll kind of step into it. So in 2019, the Board of County Commissioners adopted the Deschutes County Solid Waste Management Plan. And that outlined several key issues related to managing waste in the county, and in particular, the development, recommendation and development of a new in-county landfill to replace not landfill when it reaches its capacity, estimated to occur in late 2029 or 2030. So in 2022, the Board of County Commissioners appointed a solid waste advisory committee that was made up of representatives of the various jurisdictions here in the county, members of the environmental community, and several citizens at large, representing various walks of life here in the county. The Solid Waste Advisory Committee worked to develop some selection criteria along with parametrics that were then provided to the Board of County Commissioners. And those were used as the guidelines by which we were reviewing sites and ultimately bringing forward a recommendation to you all. That group met in over the course of 2 years. They winnowed down from originally we looked at over 200 areas of interest in the county, down to 31 sites for broad site screening, which then was brought down even further to 13 sites for what we called focus screenings, and that was the spring of last year. During that time, we did come back to you all to refine the siting criteria memo, which we did refine the proximity to airports based on FAA recommendations and consultations with the local airports, that we should expand the exclusionary zones from 10,000 feet away from a runway to 5 miles from airport boundaries. So that was
Tim,
a
could I
change.
just have a clarification? According to the memo says 12 potential sites and
Yeah, there was a 13th site.
there was, so the memo should be
The memo
correct.
should be corrected.
Okay,
My
thank you.
apologies. And once after the modification amendment to the site criteria memo, we reviewed those 13 sites, and ultimately the Solid Waste Advisory Committee winnowed it down to 2 sites that went through a full technical review, from which and that occurred over late summer and winter of this year, and then the results of that technical review were brought to the SWAC in February, March, and ultimately they made a recommendation that is before you today of the Moon Pit site. So next slide. So with that, I will hand it over to Parametrics to do a brief kind of overview of the those 2 sites, and we'll give you a comparison of what the findings were, and then ultimately I'll come back to you with the recommendations from the SWAC.
Thanks, Tim. So this is
Ryan?
Yeah.
Do you want to identify yourself again? just
yes,
for the
Ryan
record?
Rudnick with Parametrics.
Thank you, Ryan.
So this map shows the 2 sites that were selected as the finalist sites, for which we conducted a robust analysis and comparison between these 2 sites. As Tim mentioned, Over 200 sites were initially identified within the county, spanning west of Bend all the way towards Hampton. And throughout this process, we felt the tension of pushing it away from communities, from neighborhoods, from homes, and further then into wilderness areas, which then posed greater wildlife impacts. And then we heard from environmental advocates and wildlife advocates that it should be closer to communities to minimize impacts to the environment and wildlife. And so throughout this process, there's that kind of push-pull. And we believe these two sites kind of fell in the middle in being near the community, but not too far away at the same time, and kind of in that balance of possibilities. And so I'll go through and describe the characteristics of the Moon Pit site and key considerations, and the same for Roth East. But first, I'll just point out the depth of study and the different categories of research that we conducted, both on-site and through desktop review, including conceptual site layouts and engineering, site development and permitting, transportation system assessment, water infrastructure assessment, electrical power supply review, flood risk desktop review, geology, hydrology assessment, preliminary geotechnical feasibility, environmental assessment, and weather and air quality desktop review. Also, greenhouse gas emissions is a part of that. Natural resources assessment, archaeology and cultural heritage assessment, a site-specific community assessment, and a cost analysis. And all that's contained in this report. I hope you had some time to enjoy reading all 1,300 pages. That is including appendices. So we won't go into all that today in the interest of conserving time for the hearing. But we do have some discipline leads from some of those areas of study, and they can be called upon for questions towards the end of this presentation if there are specific questions you'd like to ask on those items. So both sites were analyzed and compared in terms of those categories. So Moon Pit, as you may know, is an existing aggregate surface mine owned by Moon Pit LLC, which is also owned by Hooker Creek LLC. It's 440 acres. There's an existing gate, scale, wells, and water rights on site. There's 0 homes within 1 mile and 1 home within 2 miles. There's a paved access road from Highway 20. It crosses through BLM land with a right-of-way easement through BLM that's held by Hooker Creek and would need to be transferred to the county. There's shallow bedrock throughout the site, which will result in difficult excavation. However, the SM zoning and the Dogami permit that exists with the site present the opportunity for excavation to be subsidized with mining operations. It's also nearby the Badlands Wilderness area. It borders that wilderness area near Horse Ridge, the Dry River Canyon Trailhead, and the Badlands Rock Trailhead. Here are a few photos of the site. I believe you've all had a chance to visit the site. So I'll fly through these, but just to paint the picture, some excavation has already been done. You know, there are some depressed areas from mining, and that does provide a bit of a head start for landfill development. It'll need to be excavated further, but there's some free airspace, so to speak, coming from the excavated areas. Here's a picture of the upper mining area. And a few key considerations with Moon Pit. An SM zone text amendment would be required to allow landfilling as reclamation of the surface mine. And this could take 1 to 2 years and would need to occur prior to the conditional use permit process, which could take another 1 to 2 years. In addition, securing a right-of-way or having the right-of-way transferred from Hooker Creek to the county through BLM's process is likely to trigger a NEPA review, which could require an environmental assessment, which could take 1 to 3 years, or an environmental impact statement, which could take 3 to 5 years. And both of these would be subject to appeal. And a few cost considerations: acquisition and initial development costs for Moon Pit could be $15 to $29 million more than that at Roth East. Also, the aggregate quality and marketability is variable and not yet confirmed. If the aggregate turns out to not be high value, and or if the timing for cell development is misaligned with market demand, mining could be more expensive. And the Roth East site, this is a 1,700 acre parcel owned by Stephen and Clancy Roth on the north foothills of Pine Mountain, south of Highway 20 in the Milliken Valley. There are 2 homes within 1 mile and 8 homes within 2 miles. It's zoned EFU, and there are no existing water. There's no existing water infrastructure or rights that would be useful for landfill development. It has been previously used as a grazing property, and so there's an infrastructure available on site to use for the landfill. However, the soil conditions are very favorable. It's very unique that this is a site in Central Oregon that has approximately 400 feet of sediment consisting of sand and gravels and cobbles from an alluvial fan. Pretty interesting geological history there. We have our geotechnical engineer present if there are questions on that or Moon Pit. So very favorable for landfill operations and plenty of daily cover and soil cover material available on this site. However, between the 2 sites, this one generally is considered to pose greater impacts to wildlife, particularly sage grouse. Here are a few photos of the site. Sagebrush steppe is how it's characterized. And then there's a stockpile that conveys the type of soil at the site. A few key considerations with Roth East. With the EFU zoning, the conditional use permit would require a farm impacts test, which could lead to lengthy LUBA appeals, the Land Use Board of Appeals. This process could take 1 to 2 years, depending on the extent of appeals. Also, sage grouse mitigation planning and ODFW approval could take 1 to 2 years as a part of the county land use review process. Public and agency opposition could extend that timeline even further.
Brian, when you say 1 to 2 years, do you mean they can happen concurrently, or do they have one happens and then the next one happens?
I believe that sage grouse mitigation planning and ODFW approval would be concurrent with the EFU or the conditional use process.
Okay. And the same for the Moon Pit, because I noticed you were saying 1 to 2 years for those permits also.
I believe Moon Pit would be in series.
In a
the sense
series.
That the SM zone text amendment would need to occur prior to the conditional use app.
Okay.
But what could occur concurrently is the NEPA review. If an EA or an EIS is required for Moon Pit, that could happen in parallel with the land use, those 2 land use steps.
Thank you.
Few cost considerations. The additional roughly 9-mile distance beyond the turnoff to Moon Pit to Roth East results in an extra 18 miles round trip for haul vehicles, which results in increased haul costs and greenhouse gas emissions over the 100+ year life of the facility. And initially that's estimated to be approximately $800,000 per year, which increases the annual operating costs 10% above that of Moon Pit. Operating costs are roughly $8 million per year. So that just kind of gives a sense of how much more that is. And that does add up over time. Also, water rights availability. There's a near-term cost in the interim to deliver water to the site via water trucks until water rights and water infrastructure could be established. And as you may know, it's pretty tough to get a new groundwater permit nowadays. So those are some of the key considerations regarding these 2 sites. I'll pass it to Dwight to go from here.
Yep. Good morning, commissioners. I'm Dwight Miller, project manager for Parametrics. Been supporting the county here for about 2.5 years on this project. So now we've looked at the 2 sites. Now, kind of similar to online shopping, we can do the comparison of the 2 sites and looking at how they compare on the different disciplines that we've evaluated them on. The first up is the site cost comparison. Cost was not actually at least Quantitative cost was not initially part of the criteria in evaluating sites. It was more qualitative at that level. And then when we got down to more specific sites, we got into more of the cost, which is a really important factor for your consideration and evaluate for the SWAC as well as for your consideration in the sites. So that's why we bring it up here first. Some things I want to look at particularly here is the average cost per ton over the lifespan, as well as the 30-year cost per ton. So fairly similar for the two sites over the extended period of lifespan of 100 years at the site. So $44 to $48 at Moon Pit. And that depends on the marketable value of the rock coming out and how that's able to be worked into the operations of the site. And then $44 a ton at Roth East. Now, both of these sites have considerable upfront development costs, acquisition, development, building the landfill out, doing a lot of that fixed infrastructure that's required up front. So the 30-year cost per ton really factors that in, and the amortization of those improvements and so forth from the initial development. And so for Moon Pit, that's roughly $59 to $68 a ton. And for Roth East, that's $53 to $55 a ton. So that's, that's where we kind of see the significant difference. But over the longer period of time, they definitely converge and are pretty much about the same price, same cost. Under favorable rock marketability, Moon Pit is actually fairly better on a long-term cost-wise.
Question then.
Yeah.
Is there any aggregate sand gravel opportunity at Roth East, or is that when you say rock sale, it's only for Moon Pit?
It's primarily from Moon Pit, and that's because that is zoned SM. It's under a Dagami permit, as opposed to Roth East, which is not, and that would require a whole another permitting process for developing that rock and using it off-site. It can be used on-site fully within the bounds of the operation there. And that's typically what we see at landfills, is a situation where you are using materials on-site, but you're not shipping them off. It's a bit of a unique situation with a site like Moon Pit. Unique, but not
Just there.
that unique. Yeah. Yep.
I have another question about these initial acquisition and development costs. So we just heard about substantial NEPA requirements, text amendments that could lead to, lengthy legal processes, mitigation planning, sage-grouse mitigation planning, or, conditional use permit, LUBA appeals, things like that. Are any estimates of those costs included in this initial acquisition and development costs?
They are. Those are included. So essentially, the big differentiators between the sites are acquisition costs, Moon Pit being higher than Roth East, and then mitigation costs more significant at Roth East as opposed to Moon Pit, just because of the wildlife at those sites. And otherwise, the development costs are primarily weighted towards more costly at Moon Pit because of the rock characteristics and so forth, and the work that has to be done with that. And so that's what you'll see in the detailed cost assessment that we have as part of the packet for the site.
Yeah, I didn't see that in here. So that's
right. Yeah.
The more extensive. Okay.
It is. Yep.
So you actually have assumptions for what mitigation is going to cost for these two sites.
We do. Yes. In fact, do we have that slide in here? Or is that a follow-up?
Yeah, we do. Towards the back, if you want me to jump there now.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll fly through.
I can wait until we get there.
We'll likely jump there anyways, I think.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's cool.
In the discussion about mitigation.
Yeah.
But the appendices for the detailed cost estimates can be accessed online by clicking the appendices that are highlighted in blue, and it'll jump to those details.
Yeah.
So back here.
So under this cost comparison, the only other thing I really wanted to note here is so the tip fee for the 30-year is $106 to $115 a ton for Moon Pit, 100 to 102 for Roth East. That's compared to a current tip fee of $70 a ton. So either one is higher than your current situation. You have a very good site there now, very cost effective. Some of the bigger issues that come into effect here, particularly with the haul, the need for hauling, as well as obviously the development of the site too.
With just one note, years ago, I was talking to a consultant at a national event I was at, and he was surprised our tipping fee was so low. But that was the moment I understood that $100 was surpassed many years ago all across the East Coast and all the metros and everything. So we're still working in that less than most areas domain, which is nice to understand.
You are definitely, you are in the less than category for sure. Yeah. So the bottom line to your customer base is, for the residential collection bill, goes up, 12 to 15%, based upon the higher tipping fee, at Moon Pit, 10 to 11% at Roth East. Again, based upon that 30-year cost. And so those just kind of give you an idea that while tip fee is a significant part of the residential collection bill, it's not the whole thing. And so there's a lot of other factors in that bill. Next slide.
I'll bring it up a couple dollars.
So a couple things that we wanted to note here is kind of the public process that we went through. We had a very active SWAC. It was great working with the SWAC. They gave us very good information. We definitely appreciated it as the consultants, and I believe the county staff did too. But also we had a lot of public input during this process. So in broad screening, we had some just kind of more general input. So about 16 comments. We had nearly 1,500 comments during the focus screening. A lot of that coming down directly to specific sites or specific areas of concern that people had. And then during the final site evaluation, so looking at these two sites, we've had 25 comments so far regarding this process. Next up. So just to kind of give you a sense for where these comments are coming from, wildlife is a significant piece of that. So ranging from sage grouse, eagles, and raptors, and concern with COVID, or not COVID, corvids. So that's ravens and crows, which can be a significant issue with sage grouse, as well as other wildlife. That tended to be higher at Moon Pit because of higher concerns about wildlife at that site. It's a non-impacted site, whereas Moon Pit is an impacted site now. I mean, it has an active quarry and gravel operation, and so there's already impacts there. And so it's not like it's like at Moon Pit, or at Roth East, which has not had any development other than grazing on that site. Environmental, significant, quite a few comments regarding noise over time, and then also recreation, kind of general comments at Moon Pit, proximity to Badlands Wilderness, as well as just generally in the area. Also at Roth East, but probably some general, but a lot regarding the paragliding that goes on out there and the concerns with that community, the paragliding community. And then zoning comments largely around wildlife and at both sites.
Dwight, just
Yes.
for someone who probably doesn't know all the details of this, one of the things that Tim has established is that we're taking 35 trucks that will be running every day from not out to this location. So just so people in the community don't think we're going to be running a whole bunch of trucks out there. It's really small. Isn't that?
That's correct. And this is what is seen as a limited access facility. It is only county haul vehicles and employees that will go out to the site, and vendors working at the site and so forth. And so it's significantly less traffic to this site. The traffic will continue to go to your transfer stations. That's essentially how a facility like this operates. And then that waste is transferred out to this site. And so that's the only traffic that will be going out there. That's a good point, Commissioner. And I think it is important to note that consistently that it is limited access, limited traffic to a site like this.
Roughly 4 trucks per hour if it's averaged over the working hours.
4 trucks an hour. Thank you.
And just one footnote there on the comments. Some of those were referencing the general area, like the Milliken Valley or the Badlands Wilderness area. And so these sites were kind of lumped in those comments. And approximately 220 of those comments were in reference to both of those sites. There were a lot of group emails, as you often see with public comments, where they copy and paste and you can see the same thing. And for many of those, they referenced both Moon Pit, Roth East, and other sites in Milliken. And so there were 3 specific to Moon Pit and 45 that were specific to Roth East, just to give you a sense of the difference of concern between the sites.
So the other thing is we got specific comments from agencies and organizations, which was a very good to get kind of that consolidated understanding from the environmental community in particular and recreational, as well as from the agencies. And so this included East Cascades Audubon, University of Oregon for the Pine Mountain Observatory. So that was for Roth East, U.S. Hang Gliding and Paragliding Association for Roth East, BLM, Prineville office for both sites, and then specifically to Moon Pit regarding the right-of-way for the roadway. Oregon Natural Desert Association, Central Oregon Land Watch, Oregon League of Conservation Voters, and then U.S. Department of Interior and Fish and Wildlife Services. So those are comments that we really wanted to get for sure, and to be able to start working into this process and ensuring that we're evaluating the sites really to the level that these agencies want and these associations want. Some of these came here in very recently. In fact, on Monday, we received a consolidated comment from ONDA, East Cascades Audubon, and I think it was Land Watch, wasn't it? Yeah. Yep. Which was specific to mitigation for the Moon Pit site. Next up. Okay. So it's kind of a final landfill site comparison of the 2 sites. So Moon Pit, really regarding the costs, it has a higher acquisition and development costs, as I noted, but lower annual operations costs, and those kind of are recognized over that longer period of time of 100 years. So Roth East, lower acquisition and development costs, but higher annual operations costs, largely due to the longer haul distance, as well as to the water issues at that site, having to haul water out to that site if a water right is not gained out there, and recognizing that that's a long process to get that water right. And so we've included that in those costs. Infrastructure is not that much of a differentiator for the 2 sites, a little bit more for electrical infrastructure needed for Moon Pit, but less for water and roadway infrastructure there. Roadway, it's already at Moon Pit, whereas as at Roth East, that actually has to be developed, the access to the site as well as the site infrastructure itself. Environmental impact for Moon Pit, concerns about cultural resource loss, wildlife, and recreational disruption, noting again that it is a disturbed site now, so that cumulative, so to speak, or additional impact actually is less at that site than at Roth East. But at Roth East, there's concerns for impacts to cultural resources, groundwater, wildlife, particularly the species on the ESA listing, and that's particularly with sage grouse at Roth East. Public concerns, less concern generally at Moon Pit with visual and residential impacts. Fewer residents in that area, but concerns with wildlife and the Badlands Wilderness area impacts. Roth East, more concern with visual and residential impacts, and then similar concerns with habitat and wildlife. The one other thing I would note there is consideration of more recreational impacts at Roth East because of paragliding at that site in that area. The risks that we generally see for the two sites, Moon Pit, potential delays and conflicts due to land use approvals and the NEPA process. NEPA process can be extensive for going through the federal process. And that NEPA process in this case is possibly required for the right-of-way for the road, access road, and the reassignment of that to the county. The economic feasibility of aggregate mining to offset rock excavation costs, that is a risk, as we have noted, kind of depending on marketability at any given time and the quality of that rock. Risks at Roth East, potential delays and appeals due to the farm impacts test that's required for the EFU zoning there, and then higher susceptibility to high winds and other environmental impacts at that site, likely higher wildfire danger at that site, both impacting the site as well as concerns about wildfire from a site. Although I generally find that wildfire is more of an impact to a landfill than a landfill being an impact to wildfire, just because of the operations themselves are pretty much work towards reducing those potential impacts. So that's kind of a rundown on the site comparison, and that brings us to the recommendation. But Tim,
Yeah.
Can I just ask a question about the wildfire consideration? I mean, our current site, not landfill, ready access to a fire district with all kinds of apparatus and human resources. The sites we're talking about are significantly farther out from the center of operations for a major fire district. How much of our fire suppression capacity is dependent upon those external resources versus what is on site at the landfill, or what would be put in place at the landfill?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think that would need to be discussed, particularly with Hooker Creek, where there is actually significant access to water. They have an industrial well there. I think it's capacity of 1,000 gallons per minute.
Mm-hmm.
So at Not Landfill, we actually have hydrants on site. Whether that would be part of an agreement with Hooker Creek in the sale in terms of access to water on an emergency basis, but that infrastructure could be built out. At the Roth East site, there is no significant water source. There's a 50 gallon per minute well on the site. That's what it is,
yeah,
correct? 50.
50.
That wouldn't meet that need.
And in terms of taking water out of those hydrants and putting them on a fire, I mean, is that something at NOD? Is that something that solid waste staff are trained to do and are prepared to do, or we've got the hydrant and we're waiting for the fire district?
Yes, that's a very good question. We use water trucks because if it's at we've used hydrants for compost fires out at Not Landfill, and that's usually done by the fire department, so they'll come out, hook them up. We use staff will use water trucks, but that holds 5,000 to 8,000 gallons. So you would want that water truck, if once expended, to be able to be filled up quickly with what we call a bib, but it's a water tower that can do that. It doesn't come out of the hydrant, it comes directly out of the aquifer.
And I will note on this, so within our water infrastructure costing, kind of laying that out, we do have water storage capacity at both of these sites to identify for fire control, for fire control, as well as just general needs, for storage for general needs at the site. I don't quite remember the capacity, but I think it was in the neighborhood of 70,000 gallons at each site.
200,000 gallons.
Okay, 200,000. And so the idea being that we have that capacity, your fire marshal would likely require that capacity at a site like this. The one other thing I would note, being a limited access site, what we typically find is that there is a lower prevalence of landfill fires and fires with, that are brought in, from hot loads and things like that, because these loads have already gone through the transfer stations. And so for the most part, that has been taken care of at the transfer station level. When it's taken out to the landfill, there's less likely that hot loads and things like that. Not to say that it's impossible, but that it's less likely and less of an issue. And that part of your operations plan at a landfill such as this does include fire suppression and fire controls and the like. And so, so there's kind of two things. There's the wildfire issue, and then there's the landfill fire issue. Operations is definitely geared towards both prevention as well as suppression of fires within the landfill. And then given the sites, control of fire coming to the site as well.
I just have a question about the first well that's on the Moon Pit property. It's not being used. Does it still have water? I know the other one has 1,000 gallons a minute. So I just was curious if that was still something that could be used.
At the Rockies or
No, at the Moon Pit, there's a first well. There's well A that was from like 1984.
right. That's a domestic well,
Okay, it's domestic, so it's just a
5,000 gallons a day, I believe.
okay.
Yeah. And there's primarily using the one operational industrial well out there, and I think that's the point with having storage as well as the capacity of that well. That's where your water would be coming from, as opposed to bringing online a smaller capacity well with less pump infrastructure and so forth.
But to the point, during the summer months when we are doing dust suppression and dust control, we're using 50,000 gallons a day of water for that activity. So it's not inconsequential.
Right.
And when I was asking about fire, I was particularly concerned about within, a on-site generated fire. Tim has been orienting us recently in the last few weeks about lithium-ion batteries and how what a fire hazard that is inside a landfill. And it's good to know that, I had no doubt that there would be adequate water supply for those emergency purposes provided at whatever site we pursue. But I did really want to better understand who's going to put the water on the fire, and how quickly that's going to happen, and if we are dependent upon a fire district responding and hooking up to a hydrant to suppress a fire, that is a significant concern. And I would want to know more about which fire districts are nearby and what they are, what their capacity is to respond and response times might be.
Right. Yeah. And, the immediate response would be by staff with water truck until, if it were significant that required a call, it would most likely go to Bend Fire. At that location, that's about 15 miles out of town. So at the April 16th meeting of the SWAC, after a couple of months of consideration and review of the technical information, the SWAC made a unanimous recommendation of the Moon Pit site for the new solid waste management facility. And the kind of some of the driving reasons for that was, in particular, the site being considered is currently used as an aggregate surface mine and is already a disturbed area as opposed to Roth East, which is undisturbed. Based on its current use, there is less likelihood of new impacts to the area wildlife and to recreation. And the site is comparatively closer to the existing facilities, which will help manage haul costs and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. In addition, the SWAC made two additional recommendations. The second being work with stakeholders to develop and implement a robust and comprehensive mitigation strategy that reflects the community values to minimize the impacts to area wildlife and recreation. And the second was to prioritize waste prevention and recovery and to move as quickly as possible to implement those strategies to reduce the overall costs and greenhouse gas emissions of the new landfill. So those are the three pieces that are recommended to you all. I just want to close by thanking the SWAC for their hundreds of hours of collective work and 2 years of meetings and thoughtful questions, a lot of guidance and real compassion to the community for their interests and concerns. And my thanks to the community for their engagement and involvement. To have over 1,500 community members speak to this issue over the course of those 2 years speaks both to the process that there was access to the public, but really to the public's interest and concern and thoughtful approach to this. And I'd be remiss if I didn't thank my predecessors, Tim Shimke and Chad Santola, for their guidance in helping the department and the county get to this point. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to you to open up public comment, and then we can come back for more questions.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Yes, thank you, Tim, for being here today. And I'm sure Chad's watching from New Mexico, right? Hi, Chad. We miss you. Okay, let's open up the public hearing at this time. People that want to testify will be given 3 minutes. And if there are any agencies in the room, they will be given 10 minutes. I believe that's what we discussed, Tim. So you can fill out a blue form if you would care to testify about this. I would appreciate that. And we'll recognize raised hands after we do the people in the room. Robin Bora, I believe you are first to testify.
Robin Vora, I live. Thank you for the opportunity to serve on the Solid Waste Advisory Committee. I think the committee did a good job over 2 years with considerable and great support from county staff and the consultants and, considerable public involvement. Speaking for myself, just myself, I think the commissioners, staff and the SWAC moved too quick, passed up too quickly the Highway 97 and Rickard Road sites because of the airport 5-mile guideline and also because of public opposition, mostly from people who lived more than a mile away. The Highway 97 site especially would have been better from a taxpayer and an environmental perspective, although we didn't complete the analysis, so we don't know that everything for sure. But if the commissioners don't want to revisit that decision, I would urge approval of the SWAC's recommendation to go with Moon Pit. For me, the recommendation for the Moon Pit site was based on a long list of negatives of the Roth site compared to Moon Pit. As we've heard, impact on sage grouse and a good chance of Endangered Species Act listing over the course of the lifetime of the landfill, potential ESA listing of pygmy rabbit, greater impact on mule deer, elk, and pronghorn, opposition by Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, greater risk of wildfire impacting operations, negative impacts on people in Milliken Valley and their quality of life, reduced visual quality and reduced quality of recreation experience in Milliken Valley and Pine Mountain, including paragliding, which I think has untapped economic potential, greater impact from wind, including dust devils, insufficient water rights at Roth East, added transportation costs and greenhouse gas emissions, including for water delivery, and also the winter drive up Milliken Grade, and potential LUBA appeal. So, overall, the Roth East site, to me, and I think much of the committee, it had higher risk associated with it. I think a key point mentioned is that for many committee members was the reality that mining will continue at Moon Pit, regardless of whether it's a landfill or not, versus the landfill at Roth East would be an additional, major disturbance with many negatives. So I urge the commissioners to approve the SWAT committee's recommendation for a Moon Pit, unless you want to go back and reconsider other sites such as 97 or Rickard Road. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin.
Thank you.
Okay. I see another blue sheet. Do you want to hand them up? Thank you. Or you can turn them in when you get done testifying. Except, I don't know. Mike, did you want to?
Who wants to go first?
Yeah, Mike, do you want to come up? I know you were on the committee, right?
Yes. Good morning, commissioners. Thanks for the chance to share with you just a couple comments. I serve, I'm here today.
Do you want to identify?
Sorry, Mike
yourself?
Riley, Executive Director with the Environmental Center. I'm here today providing comments on behalf of the Environmental Center. I was a member of the Solid Waste Advisory Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to participate in that process. I just want to support, generally kind of refer back to how we got here in the first place. And that's a decision that was made by the commissioners. I forget how many years ago now. It was part of the earlier, 2019, to actually go with a landfill, look hard at a landfill siting in our own community. And the Environmental Center very much supports that. We don't want our waste to become out of sight and out of mind and somebody else's problem in some other part of the state. And we also think that there's significantly reduced greenhouse gas emissions from siting here in our community and also local economic benefits. And so for all those reasons, I'm glad we're still here today having this discussion about a siting in our own community. I also want to express my support for the Moon Pit site because it's an already disturbed site. I think that was really important to us. It will have less impacts on wildlife and cultural resources and lower greenhouse gas emissions on balance. And I think it has roughly a similar lifetime cost when you compare it to the other alternative, the Roth East site in Milliken Valley. Finally, I just want to underscore our strong support for a robust and comprehensive plan to mitigate impacts on wildlife and recreation. I think those are really important community values, and those values, the importance of them are growing in our community today. And they're also important economic drivers in Deschutes County. And I think we should do what we can, all we can, to protect and enhance those values over the medium and long term. And given that this new landfill has not been sited in Oregon for approximately 30 years, I think Deschutes County has a real opportunity to lead the way and kind of set the standard for how we approach landfill siting in the modern world in a way that really is consistent with today's values. So I hope that you'll take that part of the recommendation from the SWAC. And I know there's others here today to talk about this really seriously as you think about moving forward with this, and encourage you to support the Moon Pit site moving forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Mike. Do you want to turn your blue sheet over there? Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
If there's anyone else that wants to testify on the Moon Pit or the other site, Roth East, please fill out a blue form.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Ben Gordon. I'm the executive director of Central Oregon Land Watch. It's nice to see you all. Yes, Tony, Commissioner Chang, Commissioner Adair. So our organization has been paying close attention to all of the efforts to thoughtfully identify a new landfill site. Similar to what Mike Riley just shared, want to express our appreciation to the SWAC and to the Board of Commissioners for this thoughtful, very detailed process that along the way has really considered the issues that the community has raised. So commend you for leading a really thoughtful process. Thank you for that. As your parametrics consultants pointed out, both of these sites have pros and cons. It's important that our community be responsible for the trash that we generate, and that we deal with it here at home. And so no site is going to be perfect. And yet I think the thoughtful process has yielded great considerations and good prospects. As parametrics pointed out, neither of the sites are without their challenges to develop. As a land use advocacy organization, we're going to be paying close attention to some of the ways in which, once you decide on a site, kind of how you'll go about your land use procedures and proceedings that will be important to our organization. But also reiterating what the SWAC has recommended. There's an opportunity here for the Board of Commissioners to both cite a landfill and go a few steps beyond to show commitment to mitigating impacts to wildlife and bolstering recreation. As somebody who used to work for the Oregon Natural Desert Association, the Badlands Wilderness is near and dear to me. Obviously, Horse Ridge and Badlands being close to the Moon Pit, should the board choose to go in that direction. There's opportunities to bolster those recreational experiences that would be nearby the Moon Pit. And then similarly, some of the wildlife implications for either site worth considering. I'll point out that there are opportunities to conserve property through acquisition or easement adjacent to the Brothers Pack that you're familiar with, to preserve habitat for greater sage grouse and other status species in that area. And then going back to the recreation, the opportunity to bolster the county's legacy of sound planning and management in Deschutes County by going kind of a step above and beyond to ensure the mitigation alongside the decision that you're going to make. And I think in summary, we as a conservation org will be paying close attention to your efforts to select a new landfill site. And we look forward to working with you to develop a robust and durable mitigation plan for whatever site you pursue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Thank you. Anyone else in the room for this? Okay. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Assetti.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you. Tony Assetti for the record. I understand Moon Pit and I understand the Roth Ranch. And from seeing some of the input here, I believe that the Moon Pit would probably be a better solution. What I'm here to say is the acquisition cost seems astronomical. I think we ought to ask them to take $20 million off and go from there. That's all I have to say.
Are you talking about the purchase price?
Yes, the acquisition
The purchase price is like up to like 15 million.
Well, okay,
Can't
the
take 20
difference
million
is
off of that.
15 million, it looked like to me, right?
What?
Well, I was looking at it and it looked like 65.
No, that doesn't all go to them. I don't believe. I don't know.
Okay.
That slide was, it showed initial acquisition and
Right.
development costs.
Oh,
Yeah,
that
those
was,
are all the development costs.
okay. I didn't
The
quite.
land acquisition cost says 15,870,000 on our information.
Okay. And what was the,
Roth East was 5.5 million to 6,898,000.
okay.
Those are the land.
And maybe you should ask Hooker Creek to drop it down, $10 million for acquisition.
Oh, to 5
What a
million.
dealing.
Okay.
Hey, business is business, but
I know.
for all the reasons I can see Moon Pit being more favorable. I have climbed that grade in the wintertime with a loaded hay truck and it's not a happy sight. Plus you're going uphill loaded. But yeah, you've already got a industrial use that's been occurring for 30 years that I know of, 40 years. And lower impacts there, but ask for lower acquisition, ask them to lower their price for
Thank you.
the Moon Pit. Thank you.
Thank you for that feedback.
Mhm.
Appreciate that. Is there anyone else in the room that has a blue sheet? Thank you. Good morning.
My name is Ann White. I'm the Wildlands Coordinator for the Oregon Natural Desert Association. Our organization has been part of the public landfill siting process since the beginning. In April, the Deschutes County SWAC voted unanimously to recommend the Moon Pit site to the Board of Commissioners for future landfill. However, that committee also unanimously resolved that the county should adopt a robust mitigation program to compensate for unavoidable permanent environmental and recreational impacts caused by landfill construction and operation. Developing a landfill at Moon Pit will affect wildlife resources and the public's enjoyment of nearby public lands for generations. Only a comprehensive mitigation program implemented over time that exceeds the minimal state and county requirements can possibly compensate for these effects. Deschutes County's adoption of a robust mitigation program for what will be the first landfill developed in Oregon in 30 years would also serve as an important model for other jurisdictions across the state for decades to come. Finally, even extraordinary mitigation for siting a new landfill would cost only a fraction of the immense budget associated with this project. Wildlife conservation and outdoor recreation are of increasing value to both people and economy of Deschutes County, and mitigating impacts on them should be a priority should the Board of Commissioners choose the Moon Pit for a future landfill. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann.
One question and observation. Has there been any discussion about the opportunity of closing that other landfill and being able to cap it and utilize it for open space? I mean, there's a great, it's exciting that we're going to be able to transfer this, in fact.
Not that I'm aware of, but my manager, who's been more deeply involved in this, may be aware of that, but not that I've heard.
As I say, we're taking one thing, but we're giving something else back in the end here. So just big picture in the next 10 years. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the room?
I'd be allowed to add a 15-second comment on the acquisition cost.
Well, go ahead, Rob. Whatever. I'm just
He's
too
still
nice.
not done yet.
The
He's
SWAC.
still not
Yeah.
done. Yeah.
Just very quickly, I agree that the acquisition is high, but I haven't done the numbers, but county needs a good, tough negotiator on that one. But one thing to keep in mind is that they would have to.
Oh, Robin, did you want to reintroduce yourself?
Oh, Robin
just for
Vore, I live in Bend.
Thank you.
Is that I think, Hooker Creek would have to rehabilitate the site if it wasn't a landfill, and there would be a cost to them of that. And I don't know if that should be considered in a negotiation.
Great. Thank you so much for those comments. All right. Do we have anyone online, Stephen? Doreen, okay. Doreen, would you like to join us, please?
Hi, Doreen Tai, live in Bend. I am supportive of Oregon Desert Association and Land Watch's comments. I do hope that all mitigation to wildlife will be put in place and required. And I have great concerns about converting more EFU. You guys have converted so much EFU in the past few years. It's just absolutely unthinkable to lose that much more. And it's not just the EFU that's lost. It's all neighboring EFU is greatly impacted. And with a project like this, likely poisoned. And we need to really consider that. So either way, that's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other raised hands? Okay. Oregon Natural Desert. Okay, you're unmuted now. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hello, this is Mark Salvos. Am I audible to you all?
You are on.
Hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I thank you for this opportunity to offer public comment. I apologize that I cannot join the meeting in person today. My name is Mark Salvo. I am Conservation Director at Oregon Natural Desert Association. I'm glad to be joining my colleague Ann White and others who have urged the Board of Commissioners to support a strong mitigation program for a potential new landfill at the Moon Pit. The reduced focused list of sites for a new landfill included no fewer than 11 locations in the eastern extent of Deschutes County. Developing any of them would have harmed wildlife, degrade wilderness values, and affect the public's enjoyment of their public lands. Unfortunately, this also includes the Moon Pit site, adjacent to one of only 3 wilderness areas in Oregon's high desert, within full view of the Horse Ridge Recreation Area and just a stone's throw away from sage grouse habitat. While ONDA and our partners would gladly support an alternative to the Moon Pit, and it has been noted there are options the board could consider, we also join Central Oregon Land Watch, East Cascades Audubon Society, and others in requesting that the county adopt a robust mitigation program to compensate for the impacts of landfill siting at the Moon Pit, as Deschutes County residents would expect and as federal regulation and state land use law may require. We do recommend that the board keep the public record open on this decision to allow for further discussion and input and exploration of mitigation options should the county cite a future landfill at the Moon Pit. Thank you, and we do look forward to our continued work with the county as this process proceeds.
Thank you very much, Mark.
Thank you.
Stephen, do we have anyone else? No other raised hands? No one else in the room that's had a second thought about testifying? Okay, all right. Well, apparently we can close the oral hearing at this time. Tim, do you want to join us?
Thank you. We did post the public hearing approximately 3 weeks ago. I emailed to the commissioners and we've posted on our website the one comment that we received during that period, which was the joint comment from Natural Desert Association, Audubon Society, and Land Watch. So we have received 2 comments in the last 24 hours that came in through the administrative email here in the county, one in regards to an alternative approach to diverting plastics and processing plastics, and another note of concern of natural Native American resources on or adjacent to the Moon Pit site. And those are all the comments we've received.
Okay, all right.
Could you speak a little more about the cultural resources concern expressed?
It was somebody has stated that and the person's name was Mackenzie Boussard, concerns about impacts on Native American archaeological sites, did not specify specifically where or on that site it would be. We are not aware. We'd have to continue to do more exploration, and we would be in the continued assessment of the site as we move forward.
Well, what cultural resource analysis was done as part of the evaluation?
Speak to that. So that was part of the technical review of both these sites, but
right,
specifically Moon Pit.
Yeah, so we did an on-site cultural resources reconnaissance. So they did walk the site. It wasn't an official formal SHPO survey. That'll be conducted in the next phase with the selected site. And there were cultural resources found on the site. Here, this slide, I think, covers it. There is an archaeological site nearby Moon Pit in close proximity. Many members of the public may be aware of it.
What does nearby mean?
So the Badlands Rock Trailhead gives access to a pretty cool cultural resources site. I've been there myself. And that's off the property. So not directly adjacent, but within a mile, certainly, perhaps within a half mile. But not, that site's not on the property. What the emphasis is on for the next phase of cultural resources, the formal systematic cultural resources study that would happen on Moon Pit if it were to be selected would focus on the areas that are not yet impacted by mining and quarry activities. Because those areas, much of the site's already been disturbed, but there are portions of the site that could contain cultural resources. And that would be handled, in coordination with SHPO. And any resources would be, formally evaluated per Oregon law.
Tim, I think the three commissioners also received one more comment either last night or early this morning from Mary Fleischman about, and I'll forward that over to you.
Okay. Yeah, I've not seen that.
It came in this morning.
An additional question I had. So I had asked earlier about assumptions about mitigation costs that are included in the analysis, and then one of our public commenters today, kind of gave a little specificity to what's meant by robust. Robust meaning more than what is the minimum requirements of the state. So I'm wondering if we could talk about the assumptions, or I'd like to talk about the assumptions that are included in the analysis in comparison to those two benchmarks. I mean, what's the minimum required? What do we think that would cost? And what did we include in the analysis that would help us understand whether we've included costs for a robust mitigation or not?
Yeah, I would answer that we've currently not included robust mitigation, but the review of required mitigation, which I think you can speak to.
Is Colton on the line? Our wildlife biologist was on this meeting. Colton, do you want to go through this slide and kind of discuss the process that you went through in working with ODFW through the habitat quantification tool and the mitigation strategy that you developed?
Hey, yes. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Fantastic. Colton Cairo, biologist out of the Portland office out in Portland with Parametrics. Yeah, we looked at a variety of ways to both mitigate, both for big game habitat, kind of referring to elk, mule deer, and pronghorn. Both sites were within Category 2 habitat, which was deemed essential and protected. And so with looking at big game habitat, we're mostly looking at either conservation agreements or acquisition of property. So it was going within, areas that included associated habitat types. So in case of Moon Pit, was looking at juniper woodland and some sagebrush steppe, and properties that were within these winter range habitats that were within, and looking at their overall cost to acquire, and then the overall restoration activities, whether that's removing grazing from these lands, removing fences, invasive species control. And that was looking at literature out there for what are the overall maintenance costs per year and per acre, and extending that into the future. So initial acquisition cost was just the property, and then the initial mitigation, and then the overall maintenance was with that maintenance cost. And with sage grouse, we were both looking at, with ODFW, they have a payment in lieu process in which you essentially just give money to ODFW, and then they will do their own mitigation measures. And that's generally considered a high mark for what overall mitigation would cost. But it's more lower, more efficient, or done either with the community or with the county, looking at acquisition of properties, focusing in on nearby to these sites within the Brothers Pack, and reestablishing, removing invasives, removing junipers. Junipers are a noted threat to sage grouse habitat. And like some of these are lower cost ways, and also looking at some county lands within the area. Yeah, and so both looking at the overall cost of those properties, and then the overall maintenance activities required for that. And this also includes golden eagle. There's a golden eagle nest within 2 miles of Moon Pit, and with coordination with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, we need to determine the relative habitat impact as a result of this loss of this disturbed habitat around Moon Pit, and determining effective mitigation to offset that habitat impact. And those conversations were not started, so we don't necessarily have an estimate. And that could result either from an in lieu fee payment to Fish and Wildlife Service to offset this habitat impact, or it can include retrofitting of utility poles to reduce electrocution of golden eagles and also other raptors.
So kind of to circle back to my question about the dollar assumptions that have been used in this analysis. I mean, how does what has been analyzed compare to sort of, what would be minimum requirements for the state?
The minimum requirements for the state with sage grouse is they have this tool called the habitat quantification tool, which overall uses these terms as functional acres, so how much a habitat can actually provide functionally. And through this analysis, they determine X amount of functional acres that would be disturbed, and then they add, you need to mitigate for that plus 15%. And so that is the baseline for sage grouse. In the case for big game species, it is a little bit more vague language. They do not actually have this 15% marker, and they do not have a sophisticated tool for functional acres, but they generally refer to as a net gain in habitat functioning. So we could reasonably assume that it is generally, for Moon Pit, it was about 177 acres of impact, so that we would need to look at opportunities to provide a similar acreage of habitat improvement.
Thanks, Colton. Just to follow up on the costs there, for the big game mitigation costs, we've estimated between 1.3 and 1.6 million throughout the course of the landfill. That's both upfront development of mitigation projects and maintenance over time. And then related to sage grouse, that uplift of 9 functional acres is estimated to cost between $40,000 and $500,000. The habitat impacted in terms of acres is quite a bit smaller for sage grouse than for big game at Moon Pit. But then altogether, that's roughly 1.35 million to 1.7 million. And the way that that's been put into the cost estimate is an upfront mitigation cost of $700,000 and an $800,000 mitigation cost spread over time as an operational cost.
And this is for the Moon Pit specifically? Okay.
That's kind of the baseline from a financial standpoint of what has been assumed for mitigation in compliance with ODFW and the habitat quantification tool.
So Colton, you also mentioned this in lieu scenario, which would be kind of more than typically would play out to be more than the minimum. Do we have a sense of if we went with an in lieu scenario, what kind of dollars we're talking about?
So going back into that chart, that is kind of the maximum. I would not say that is the maximum dollar amount that would be required to pay. This is not us, the county, being responsible for this mitigation. It is giving this money to ODFW to use how they see fit in order to make up for these functional acres. So I wouldn't necessarily see it as going above and beyond the overall mitigation required, just the maximum dollar amount for this minimum mitigation that is required by the state. And that is only for the case for sage grouse. There is not a system for that with big game, but there's a system with that for golden eagles with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
Do you have at least for the sage grouse component, do you have a sense of what an in lieu payment might look like?
Yeah, ODFW gave us estimates based upon 2023, and that was $500,000 for that 9 functional acres of uplift required as the minimum.
And when you just reviewed that little table for us with big game and sage-grouse, I didn't hear anything about eagle habitat mitigation. Is there a number associated with that included in this analysis?
There's not a number included within this analysis. We are aware that because we are within 2 miles of a golden eagle nest, that we would be required to consult with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and then to coordinate with them to determine the level of impact that this habitat loss would require, that would affect these golden eagles. And then from that coordination, we would be able to determine the amount either in lieu fee payment or the amount of retrofitting of utility poles would be required. So we did not get as far to do a dollar amount.
Thank you. Well, I guess I'll just say we've heard a possible range put out in relation to the Moon Pit site. If we keep the written record open, which I'll encourage us to do, I would love to hear from stakeholders whether that sounds like robust mitigation or if not, what robust mitigation translates to in dollars and cents.
So I was leaning generally towards closing the record and even proceeding today. The order that we have here, pardon me, section 2 says, we shall develop and implement a robust and comprehensive mitigation strategy. So I'm hopefully just looking for common ground here, and the intention is to do that. If we say, well, let's leave the record open, it's like we'd be starting to negotiate what it is, and I don't know what the end of that would ever look like. We could put more information on the record, but we're making that commitment by doing this order.
Yeah, I mean, I see it differently. I mean, we have been presented with, I would say, not necessarily a complete set of numbers for this option. Besides the mitigation, what the mitigation is going to cost. There is as we heard when we went out and visited on site, there's a question of the transfer of water rights, or kind of long-term water supply, and what that would cost us. I have significant questions about the value of the mineral resource that's still on site and how the county can get the best value out of that mineral resource. So if we're being asked to approve a whole package with our best understanding of dollars and cents associated with it, I would like to know more about all three of those things: water rights and water supply, the value of the mineral resource, and how the county is going to get value out of it, and what mitigation costs might look like before I'm ready to move forward with this. I do agree with you. If we are making a kind of a verbal statement that we support robust mitigation, that I would support that as well. But words are cheap, and actual mitigation, actual water supply, we don't know what it's going to cost, and I want to have a better sense of that before I move forward.
As I say, I just see this as another 6 or 8 year process, and we're pointing to the map, and I've mentioned this over many years. The day we point to a map is when we start the process, and today's the day we're pointing to the map, accepting a specific site as the location for the next 100 years or more. And all these negotiations are going to happen one way or the other. So as I say, I'm just pointing that out. That's kind of my conclusion. There's no way we're going to proceed if we can't make it all hang together. And that's why we paid, for professional support to put this package in front of us. So yeah, just looking at the big picture from my point of view.
Okay, and the picture I'm looking at is, I appreciate what Mr. Assetti said about the purchase price. And then the fact that the water seems to be a little bit in the gray area to me. And honestly, I would like that to be confirmed up, let's say in 2 weeks or something. I want to know exactly what kind of water rights are we getting? Are we really getting the water rights? Are we going to pay for the water rights? Are we going to have to haul in water? I just, I really think that's a critical factor when you consider that, what did you say? We use 50,000 gallons during the summer to, keep our dust down. So, I just feel like those are some things, and definitely, we're talking about a long-term process. Leaving the written record open for maybe 2 more weeks, would that really hurt? I don't think so. I know I so appreciate the SWAC and all the thousands of hours that they've spent on this project, but I do feel like those details, I really need to know where they're at.
Okay, I will comment relative to water that what we do have within the solicitation offer is that they would provide water. The Hooker Creek ownership would provide water through a lease agreement for as long as the county needed it, until such time as we could get our own water right. So that is what has been offered to date, and that is built into the cost modeling, that rate of cost and consumption.
So that could be to the end of time.
That could be till the end of the time. Now, that would need to be, we have not procured the site and have a final agreement on that, but that is what has been offered, and it has been costed into our agreement or into our assumptions.
Okay, the reason why it's 15 million.
The 15 million is the purchase cost. That does not include the purchase of water right, or that 15 million doesn't include the water lease fees. Those are built in as an operating expense.
The lease fees, how much are those, Ryan?
I don't have it with me at the moment. It's in the appendix Q.
Okay.
But it's less than 100,000 per year.
Yeah, I believe it's $85,000.
Yeah.
85.
And the water demand for the landfill site is a small portion of what the water rights authorize. So what would be needed is a small portion of their water rights to be transferred to the county.
And it's our intention within the purchase is to try and secure a portion of that water right. But we don't have that in writing yet. We just have the lease agreement in writing.
So we're talking like maybe 20% or something, or 5%?
It's somewhere between 10 and 15% of that water rate might be enough.
Or water rights could be transferred to that permit as an alternative. If certificated water rights are available.
Yeah, I feel like if we were to close this hearing and make this decision on the Moon Pit today, we would be giving away some of our leverage to acquire water rights for the long-term operation of this site. And given all of the uncertainty around water supplies in the region, I think it is pretty important for us to secure rights. Not, I can appreciate that a long-term agreement with an entity that has a large rights allocation is pretty good, but I would prefer to see us hold rights of our own for the operation of this site. And to go back to the mineral resource again, I don't know how much work could be done in 2 weeks for us to kind of better understand what the value of the mineral resource is out there. But if there's all this uncertainty about the value of the mineral resource, I just want us to have an arrangement or a transaction where the county gets good value out of that mineral resource, that potential mineral resource, or at least shares risk, if there's no, if there is no value.
Ryan, did you estimate what the value was of the minerals there?
There's an excavation cost that's assumed to be $4 per cubic yard for rock drilling, blasting, and crushing, which is a subsidized cost accounting for the rock being valuable to the contractor to then use offsite, to kind of subsidize their excavation cost. And that's a relatively conservative number. In some cases, contractors it's the opposite, where they're paying to access the rock. So this would be, $4, accounting for the distance to market and the travel time to get out to the site, and the unknowns about the aggregate quality. But without that subsidy, excavation is $12 per cubic yard. So that in the cost estimates, you can see that range that's driven by that unit cost in particular, being 4 as a subsidized rock processing cost, or 12 as basically just the price you would pay a contractor to blow rock up, crush it, and make it a useful material for on-site purposes.
Yeah, and I would add one other thing. So there's one piece around the quality of rock and what is that rock valued, and the second piece to that, which really you can't quantify, is the timing of when is that rock needing to be excavated and when it is available to market, and what is the market condition and what's the proximity of that rock to the need. So if there's a road construction project between Ben and Burns, that's going to be high value ODOT spec rock. If it's a project that's between Redmond and Portland, it's the transportation cost is too high. So some of that value is really based upon the timing of the circumstance. So I don't know how much work we can do over 2 weeks to say, here's a determinative value of that rock, when that rock is, we would want to do a lot of our timing of excavation and do big excavation when that rock is needed, and then slow it down when it's not, if that works in our cell development. So a lot of it is going to be operation and strategy of operation, not just specifically how good is that rock. There's some parts of the site we aren't exactly sure, the middle section of the quality of rock, but it's more a timing issue.
We also have our geotechnical engineer present, and he can kind of weigh in
Okay, thank you so much.
on the geotechnical conditions at Moonpit.
More than the geotechnical conditions, I mean, just one, just to kind of push this idea a little farther. I like, legally, I'm wondering whether there are ways that we can structure the agreement around this, again, so that we're sharing risk, we're sharing reward, because there's a lot of it sounds like there's a lot of uncertainty involved here, and I don't want Hooker Creek to have to eat all that uncertainty. I don't want us to have to eat all that uncertainty. So I think if there are ways of structuring the relationship around that mineral resource to share risks, that seems like an appropriate way to proceed.
Yeah, and just one thing to add before geotechnical is so in the agreement there is a component, if we continue to allow Hooker Creek to have the right to that rock, or that they are contracted, there's a discounted price. And I believe that is roughly $500,000 in the discount. And there could be further discussion as to whether that, to your point of shared agreement, is that discount enough?
Okay.
So,
yeah, if it's possible to explore that a little bit more. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sean Cordes. I'm an engineering geologist with Delve Underground. So to kind of start tying up what's happening with the rock quality at Moonpit and how that relate to cost, right now we don't really know what the quality of that rock is. So there's a fixed cost of, like, my understanding is there's a fixed cost of what Hooker Creek values that land at. And the way I view it as a geologist is that once you drill that and you quantify what that quality of rock is, that kind of changes things, right? So for example, you were to go out there and you were to start drilling, and we start assessing the rock quality, and it turns out like, well, this isn't going to meet an ODOT spec, so you can't sell it at a certain value, then that would ultimately bring, or should, in my opinion, bring the cost down of that property. At this point, we haven't made that assessment though. So that's something that would have to come in the future here. And it also require a lot of laboratory testing just to make sure that the quality meets the spec that we want.
How long does a process like that take, and how much does it cost?
Ooh, I couldn't tell you that off the top of my head right now. The process is really a matter of drilling holes and logging that rock core. And I mean, that we're talking months in that case. It's also based on subcontractor availability. If you're talking about a site that big, there's a certain standard of care that we'd have to establish for what do we consider, how many borings do we need to establish some sort of confidence that the material is continuous or discontinuous. For example, if you go up the Dry River Canyon, there's a high variability in the rock that you can see, and that rock is typically what you're going to see on site as well. So to establish that, yeah, it would take some months to kind of tease all that out.
I will say within the pro forma or the cost modeling, that high end cost that we have is based on that rock having de minimis value. That right, the $50 to $58 per ton range for the operational cost of that facility. That 58 is based on there being basically no value to that rock. So we have given to a degree that sense of range.
So one question I have, what's the next step? As I say, because we're talking about business negotiations, kind of getting a deal between two entities here. Is Parametrics going to be our partner through the next step of that process?
So we are looking at putting out a RFP for the next phase of consulting work, which would be some support of the negotiation, but also mostly on the land use and environmental permitting components. Stephanie and property management would be working on the procurement, and then yes, we would be using Parametrics or whoever the consultant is for that.
Okay, so yeah, this is the end of a phase for Parametrics work, and we're going to rebid or
correct
contract for the next phase here.
And that RFP for that next phase is set to go out in the next couple of weeks.
Schedule here shows a bit of a timeline of next steps, which might be helpful to kind of see what lies ahead. Property acquisitions in gray, and it's anticipated that there'd be an initial deposit of some sort to secure the property in the near term this year, and then several years of due diligence until the property is closed upon. And so that gives you time to do those additional, geotechnical investigations, which are shown planned for 2025, and permitting to play into that final negotiated price and closing upon the property in 2026 or 2027 even, before construction begins. So a long closing timeline.
Yep.
Well, you've got to get all those permits too.
A long closing timeline, but from the time that we make this decision, we have foreclosed other options, and that affect. I do believe that affects negotiations moving forward. And kind of looking at the long time frame for land use permitting and environmental permitting, I want to circle back on this mitigation question, because we heard from Central Oregon Land Watch this morning that they will be watching land use applications very closely. What they asked for was a robust mitigation program. So I believe some of the risk for the county that we have, we are preparing for, potentially a very complicated permitting process, could possibly be resolved by just taking a little bit of time and getting to a good mitigation package now, which, so, go slow now to go fast later is kind of what I'm thinking about. So I do think that it's worthwhile and appropriate to take a little bit more time at this phase of the process before we move forward with a decision. I would, with that, I would be comfortable, holding the written record open for a little bit longer. And setting a specific date for us to begin deliberations on this.
So what date are you thinking? For the written record?
Tim, in terms of, kind of exploring, further refining negotiations on some of these issues like the mineral resource and water rights. Do you have a feel for how long it would take to hear back from Hooker Creek? Whether there's any kind of room for further refinement of the package before a certain time?
I'm sure they'd be eager to talk with us. So I would say within 2 weeks, I think we could be able to be back.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just seeing that within our range of recommended motions, the idea of closing the oral record and holding the written record open and setting a date certain for deliberations isn't one of the options.
Well, it's the second thing on the recommended motion.
To a date certain, but that doesn't say setting a date for deliberations.
Well,
So that's something we can do.
Certainly do that.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, with that, I would move to close the oral record, hold the written record open for 2 weeks, and schedule deliberation shortly after that. However long it takes staff to then kind of package all of that into a staff report.
Does that need to be a motion or just the direction to get to the next step here?
I think a motion would be appropriate.
Okay, so that's my motion.
And just to clarify, so 2 weeks would be the 26th. June 26th. And do you want to set a time 4 p.m. for closing of the written record?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Add that to the motion.
And we don't have to have a certain date for deliberations, and do we? We're just closing the written. And then they'll follow within a week or two of our deliberations.
Yeah, however long it takes staff to
Right.
to
Put it together.
to bundle whatever additional information has come in.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'll support it. I'm not interested in seconding it. I mean,
Okay, I'll second it.
That's fine.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes.
Thank you.
Here we go.
Thank
you
you.
so much.
We're getting there.
Thank you for all the work on this and getting us this far.
I'm sorry, I can't recognize you at this moment. Sorry.
I have some clarify your water rights part of this.
But you can submit them. Yeah, please do. Thank you.
There was time for public comment.
Okay.
We take a little 5-3.
Yeah, we're going to take a 5-minute break right now, please. Thank you very much. Bartley. Caroline.
Thank you. Commissioner Adair, I'll let you start or open the hearing.
Okay, this is the time and place set for a hearing regarding file numbers 247-22-000-573-ZC and 247-22-000-574-PA. This is a hearing on a Deschutes County Comprehensive Plan Amendment and Zone Change request. Staff will outline the hearing procedures that will be followed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Caroline House, and I'm a senior planner with the Deschutes County Planning Division. So today, the Board of County Commissioners will take testimony and accept evidence related to a comprehensive plan amendment and zone change request to redesignate the subject property from agricultural to rural industrial and change the zoning designation from exclusive farm use to rural industrial as well. So I'll start the hearing today by explaining the format and how anyone can testify if interested. I'll present a brief staff report. We'll then move on to the testimony portion of the hearing. The applicant will be afforded 30 minutes. Then persons in support will have 3 minutes. Anyone in opposition will have 3 minutes. After that, the applicant will have 10 minutes to provide rebuttal testimony. And lastly, staff may have closing comments at the end. And I do want to note that the board can eliminate or modify these time limits if to do so. So today's hearing allows for both in-person and remote participation, regardless of how you're participating. If you're testifying, before you start your testimony, please provide your first and last name as well as your mailing address. And the mailing address is important for this process so we can add you so you receive notices related to the review. If you're in person, please make sure you filled out one of the blue sign-up sheets and please hand that to the board's administrative assistant who's sitting to my left, Brenda. Chair Adair will call up each person to provide their testimony. Please come up to the table that I'm sitting at so your audio can be picked up and recorded. If you're attending remotely, you must be attending using Zoom. Again, Chair Adair will request that you notify staff by, in this case, using the raise hand feature to notify the room that you would like to testify. If you're on a computer or smart device, please press the raise hand button. But if you've called in, you'll need to dial *9 to activate the same feature. So in addition to oral testimony, you can also submit written testimony. If you're in person, please hand that to me. And if you're attending remotely, you'll need to email that to me. My email is caroline.house@deschutes.org, and that will be entered into the record for the board's consideration. And I do want to note that Chair Adair and staff are responsible for an orderly and respectful hearing. Anyone being disruptive may be asked to leave. So returning to the script, Madam Chair, I will now ask that any commissioners or that you coordinate with any commissioners to disclose any ex parte contacts, prior hearings, observations, biases, or conflicts of interest.
Does any commissioner have anything to disclose? And if so, please state the nature of same and whether you can proceed.
Other than driving by on the highway, I have no connections and nothing to disclose.
I have nothing to disclose and I can proceed.
And yes, driving by and I have nothing to disclose. Does any party wish to challenge any commissioner, members of the hearings body based on ex parte contacts, biases, or conflict? Is there anyone with a raised hand online, Stephen? No? Are we okay? Stephen, we're okay? All right. As no challenges are presented prior to opening the hearing, does anyone have any procedural objections to the public hearing? Any raised hands here? Any raised hands online? Seeing none, the hearing is now open. Staff will proceed with a brief staff report.
So I'll just start with the location of the subject property. So this property is located in the Deschutes Junction area, just north of the city of Bend. And it's identified here in red outline on the map. And it's just at the northeast corner of the Deschutes Junction Highway 97 overpass. The subject property is comprised of 3 tax lots, but in total, the property is 20.36 acres in size. And the applicant's soil study found that 66% of the soils on the site are class 7 or 8 soils, which are generally assumed to be unsuitable for farming.
Thank you for that. I kept reading.
Yeah, of course.
Couldn't find it.
So just to restate again, the applicant has requested a comprehensive plan amendment to change the designation of the property from agricultural to rural industrial, and a corresponding zone change for changing the zoning designation from exclusive farm use to rural industrial. And no goal exceptions are requested, and the applicant argues that this is a reasonable request because the subject property does not constitute agricultural land as defined under state law. So today's hearing is the second hearing required for this review process. The hearings officer's review is simply a recommendation. The board's not bound by that decision, but the hearings officer recommendation based on the information in the record at that time was for the board to deny the request unless the applicant demonstrates compliance with statewide planning goal 5 related to scenic view protections along Highway 97. So really the key issue related to that recommendation for the board is, will the protected scenic views along this stretch of Highway 97 continue to be protected if this property is zoned rural industrial? And the applicant has submitted additional materials addressing that question. I do want to note that there are public comments in the record. The application materials included several letters in support of the applicant's request from surrounding and nearby neighboring properties. We also received comments in response to one of the initial notices. And then both Central Oregon Land Watch and 1000 Friends of Oregon have also submitted multiple comments in opposition. And I want to note now on the record as well, I received 2 different submittals, one from Central Oregon Land Watch and one from 1000 Friends of Oregon this morning. They've been uploaded, but I can't imagine the board has had an opportunity to look at those materials, but those are now available and were recently received. As I mentioned, all of these materials, the record in this case is the website that's on the screen. It's a long URL, but if anyone has any questions, they can contact me and I can send you a link to this. But all the application materials, comments, et cetera, are all available on this website. And just want to kind of note here, after the hearing today, or assuming the hearing is closed, the board will need to take some next steps. So there are 4 real options. The first is the board could continue the hearing to a date and time certain. Next, the board could close the oral portion of the hearing, but keep the written record open. Alternatively, you could close the hearing and schedule deliberations. We could set a date, time certain, or I can just coordinate with Brenda if that's preferred. Or you could close the hearing and start deliberations today if that was desired by the board. So that covers everything I have prepared, but I'm available for questions.
Okay. Excuse me, are there any questions? No? Okay, well, thank you for those facts that you pointed out at first, that it was 66% of class 7 and 8 soil. So, and it is what, over 20 acres, right?
Yeah, just over 20.
Okay, great. All right. So let's open the public hearing then. At this time, the applicant can come and do their testimony. They do have 30 minutes at this time. And please identify yourself for the record. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good morning, commissioners and staff. My name is Pat Cleaver. I'm a consultant for the applicant, and I'm very glad to be here this morning. And I hope that you will ask me questions like you have done previously this morning, because that's why I'm here, to make sure that all your questions are answered so that you can determine that this application meets the requirements and the criteria that are applicable to it, so that you can vote in favor of it when the time comes. I know this property and this neighborhood really well. For 2 years in 98 and 99, my husband and I lived just down the road from it in Starwood. There's a map over there that shows all the subdivisions in the area, and Starwood is on the left side on Tumalo Road. You've probably been there. But that area was the first area that we moved here, and that's the area that I got to know Central Oregon from. My first visit to the Funny Farm this property has been known for since 1991 was way back in 1998. And I knew Gene Carsey, who passed away in 2019. I knew him well and interviewed him many times about local history. I also researched the town of Centralo, which was never called that. It was just the plat was called that. So that post office and the community was always known by Deschutes. I did that when I was historic preservation planner for the county. So a lot of the information came from that work. So I have been working on this property for 3 years, which means a lot of hiking out there. And definitely, I never wore my street boots. I always had to wear hiking boots because it is very, very rocky. Rock, rock, rock everywhere. There's a rock spine that starts south, several miles south, that goes on the west side of Highway 97, crosses 97, goes across this property and continues on. It's about 12 feet tall, just solid rock, and it goes right through this property. You can see it, because no one's ever touched any of the land around it. There's also the Pilot Butte Canal, which runs north, and that goes, it actually doesn't just form the eastern boundary. Half of the canal is part of this property. So when you're talking about the acreage of this property, you have 20.36 acres, but 2.48, so 2.5 acres of 20 acres is the canal and the berm that's on the west side of the canal that holds the canal up. As you know, when the people, the surveyors and the engineers and the workers way back in 1904 built this canal, they built it at the highest point they could so that water runs downhill, that it would run down to the places that it would irrigate. So it's at the highest point there, and they had to hold it in at this place, and they put the berm. It's a very high berm on the west side. This Long Butte is the butte that's covers 4 square miles. It's a huge area that's has all the housing development with almost 2,000 housing population there. It has over 1,000 lots on the butte, and goes down towards Starwood. I remember we had to use all raised gardens there because there was no way to grow anything there. All of that area is a shield volcano. It's an extinct shield volcano, and a volcano spreads out. And so the lava from that volcano goes on a little bit past the railroad tracks to the right. And it's just all rocky. It also goes south and includes parts of Tony's property, which is outlined in red. That map is already in the record. It's already in our application, but it was made for Tony's application. The shield volcano is big. It really spreads out, and it makes agriculture very difficult, as you can imagine. So the first question we need to ask is this agricultural land? And we hired actually, before I even took the case, I wanted to see the soils report. And the soils report was done by a 30-year soil scientist who was just recognized this week in the state of Oregon for his work. And he had worked for NRCS prior to being a consultant. And he says that 2/3 of this property is class 7 and 8 land, and 7 and 8 soil types are some of the worst. And he says, I was going to read a little bit of having a hard time here with the page numbers. There we go. So Gary Kitzrow was the soil scientist's name, and he says the class 7 soils on this property are unusually harsh for Deschutes County. Now that's saying a lot. We all spent a lot of time digging rocks out of our yards. This is unusually harsh 7 soil. And he says that it's the southwest aspects of it facing southwest and shallower than normal soil depths. Says irrigation does not improve class 7 soil's ability to grow all crops, including hay and pasture. Pasture is the most #1 crop in the county. And it says it doesn't improve it. He says the class 8 areas are extremely harsh rock outcrops, artificial berms, which I mentioned to hold the canal in, that's part of this property, and leveled and compacted infrastructure areas. He's talking about the 2.5 acres in the south east corner that has had buildings on it since 1912. And the county requested the Funny Farm to build a huge parking lot that's paved back in 1991. And that's what he's talking about as well. So he goes on, he says, conversely, when considering capability class assignment for the Gosney soil, which is prevalent on many portions of the entire subject parcel, the soil capability class is the same for, and he capitalized that, for both irrigated and non-irrigated, that being class 7. Gosney soils are capability class 7, whether water is added or not. This is a critical finding, is what he said. All of this is actually from everything I'm going to tell you today is already in the record, but it was scattered hither and yon. And Commissioner Deere probably didn't have any ability to find that in the application because it's just in the soils document, which is an attachment. So in taking into account the technological and energy input requirements, the subject property is disqualified as being commercial or resource farmland. He states hallmarks in assigning capability class 7 and 8 to certain lands include extreme amounts of energy inputs to achieve any plant growth at all. That really surprised me and delighted me because lot 101, which is the half of the property above the rock wall to the north, has really lousy weeds. I mean, you walk out there, there's like no weeds. It's just kind of raw land, and there's a little bit of mustard growing, but it's even the mustard is not robust. It's really kind of skimpy. So I'm like, what is going on with this property? So he explains it here that it's hard to achieve any plant growth at all. The parcel requires technology inputs over and above that considered acceptable farming practices in Central Oregon desert region. Another question of agriculture is, well, can you add fertilizer to it? People have been fertilizing land for thousands of years. Can you put soil amendments on it? We already found out it doesn't help to water it. So he says excessive fertilization and soil amendments, very frequent irrigation applications, and marginal climatic conditions restrict cropping alternatives. The water holding capacities in 2/3 of this land base is less than 2 inches due to shallow and very shallow soils mixed with rock outcrops and infrastructure areas which have been previously truncated, bladed, rolled, and compacted. And this was pretty good. In quotes I have, even with heroic measures, a majority of soils will not improve since the soils are too rocky, too shallow, and too sandy to properly utilize any improvements. So this is pretty harsh. I've read a lot of Gary Kitzrow's reports, and I don't remember ever reading this. This directly is related to the fact that this is on the eastern flank of an extinct shield volcano. So that's why this is going on. You probably wouldn't see this except maybe out at Horse Ridge or something like that. But so we now know what the soil type is. You have seen probably in the application, the email from COID. I wanted to know exactly what the situation was with irrigation. I think you've looked at that. I checked with them yesterday. There's no updates on that. The current owner, Mark Ruprecht, has applied for in-stream leasing program every year. He has not been selected for that. They have a limited number of people they'll take on that. And he's going to keep trying. They gave him some hints on how to get selected next year. But Lot 101, as far as anyone can tell, even the irrigation company, it has never been irrigated ever. And Lot 800, the southern lot, has never had an irrigation system. It's never had a pipe or anything like that. It just has, I've got a slideshow if you'd like to see it and show that, but it's like a 6-inch by 6-inch hand dug ditch. Water goes through it, runs down the hill, and that's the way it is there. So mostly has been irrigating landscaping. So there are other things to consider when you decide whether a property is necessary for agricultural use. One of them is, has it had profitable agriculture on it? Well, probably more than anybody, I've always gone back on my application, go back to the first owner since the federal government had it. And I actually researched those people, and as much as possible, interview descendants, go to the museum, look for photos and so on. And I did that in this case. And the parcels have never grown a crop, ever. And they've never had more livestock than were used by a family. I talk about the Graham family having boys in 4-H, and they had some wiener pigs and some chickens. But hobby farms and growing things for your family is normal, and it's not profitable commercial agriculture. The rest of the owners were all retired, and even the Carseys were retired when they bought it. So they've never bought it because of agricultural potential. I mean, you walk out there, you can see all the rock. You see the rock spine there. You see the volcano right across the highway there. I think I just said all that. So, the shape of this parcel is really important too. It's a very odd shape. It's a feather shape. It's got the curve of the canal on two sides. It's got the straight line of Highway 97 on the side, and it's got the what used to be Deschutes Market Road is now called Deschutes Pleasant Ridge Road at the southern end. And so this is not a property that you would buy for agriculture. Plus everybody can see the rock spine going through it. So you have two halves of this property. You have an upper half, which is 12 feet higher than the lower half. The lower half is 4 feet below the grade of the highway. And so there's a highway here, 4 feet down is the bottom part of the land. There's a 19-foot drop in that very tiny parcel from east to west. And so you can imagine taking modern farming equipment in there of any type. How are you going to maneuver around that? So then the question is, what about all those roads? You're right. You're in a very, very constrained location. I'd say it's one of the most constrained parcels in the county, and you're going to grow crops on it. I don't think so. Even having animals on there, we talk about the bull that just jumped over the fence out in Sisters the other day. That bull would be out on the highway in a flash there. So, there's a letter from Carl Jewell that's in the record, says he would never put livestock there because of the 25,000 vehicles going by there a day and the on and off ramps to the highway there. It's very, very constrained. But Mr. Assetti will talk later, but You know, he testified across the street that he tried to plow the first year he bought his property in 1995 and had to stop because all of the dust was going right across the highway and causing a huge hazard there. He was not even able to plow his property once that day. So the same thing here, you've got a situation where you can't put fertilizers, you can't put soil amendments, you can't put any kind of chemicals whatsoever. You can't even plow it because of the hazard of you're surrounded by roads and very, very busy roads with 25,000 ADT. Can you even move farm equipment there? One of the things the state looks at is, can you combine this property with other properties and increase the economy of scale? So first of all, you got to find another farm, and you look at the zoning map here, and then you look at the fact that most of it's scrub land, some of it's in state ownership, county ownership, city of Bend ownership. And you're looking around trying to find a farm and you can't find one. The nearest green part is Jack Holt's, and Jack Holt is on the east side of the river tracks, which is a quarter of a mile to the east. Jack is a retired car salesman and car sales owner, and he has some cows over there on some pasture. Really nice guy. But so let's just say somehow you're going to combine those two operations. How are you going to get the equipment from there over to this property? The Pleasant Ridge Road is now closed at the railroad tracks. The northern end of Pleasant Ridge Road is now closed. So the only way you can go is by Tumalo Road or Deschutes Market Road, and then go down Willamette. Go down Greystone Lane to Pleasant Ridge Road and go over that way. But you certainly wouldn't take farm equipment down on Highway 97. So that creates a huge problem. In the record from the hearing is a wonderful record by Dean Pettijohn, which I don't know if I have time, but I'd love to read in the record because he addresses a lot of the custom farming and having a professional custom farmer do the property, which he would not do.
Pat, if you don't mind me stepping in here, so remember, everything was approved except the goal 5 statewide planning. So help us through that logic. I mean, because this is important. I understand the big picture and you've got all the history, but this is the time to help us through that logic.
Well, if you'd asked me this question last summer, I would have gone, I have no clue.
Oh.
But I watched all the hearings and read all the materials over and over again from last summer from the LB Northwest case, and really couldn't get my head around it for a while because previous to this, for many, many years, my assumption was you applied the landscape management zoning code, which I think is excellent to protect the corridor. And end of story, that's what you do because it requires a very robust setback from the highway. It requires, because of the fact that there's a house on the slopes of Longview, there's an edge of that hits the 600-foot limit. So you have very low density that's required there. And the map that the staff showed earlier was one my husband drew, that he's a retired civil engineer of the developable acres, which is only 13. So this is a very, plus you've got this rock spine, you've got this crazy shape, one driveway. It's not going to be a very high density used property here. So I thought the LM zone was a really excellent way, and I still do, to protect this property with an increased setback there along the highway. However, I was wrong. And the hearings officer, points out a little bit what that was about. But last summer, I began to realize that what it is this board needs to consciously say that the county can protect the view corridor with the new zoning, because the new zoning allows new uses, more uses than than the EFU zoning does. So the original quarter ordinance said, okay, with the zoning that we've got right now, we approve this quarter and we're going to improve the landscape management zone. But since this is a change in zone, you need to say, does the RI zoning code, if it's implemented along with the landscape management zone, would that be okay? So I submitted in January, I submitted in a very long document because I wanted everything in there. But the main part is less than 100 pages. And I submitted all kinds of photos of a mile-long corridor looking from west to east. And I have to admit, the New Jersey barrier is definitely a blocking in the view there. Plus the other side, both the Figgins property and the SETI property are also 4 feet below the highway. So when you put all those together, it's hard to get pictures, but that was actually part of the results. When I was taking pictures across, there were things on the Funny Farm property that were lower than where my camera was, and I couldn't see them. So when you're going north on Highway 97 and you cross under the overpass, it gets pretty hairy. I put in the document in January, the actual widths of the right of way from fence to fence in there. And then when it gets out to Pleasant Ridge Road and Tumalo Place, it's over 200 feet wide there. So a lot of lanes. You have 4 lanes of traffic. You have acceleration lanes on both sides of the highway. You have a 600-foot long acceleration lane right next to the Funny Farm. But when you go through the underneath the overpass and you want to turn east, that's a 90-degree turn very quickly. It does not meet the current ODOT requirements for deceleration lanes. And Tony's trying to keep up with me here. And you go underneath, you turn right, and it goes right through the rock spine. That's why all that rock is there. And it goes up the hill, and then you're very quickly at Greystone Lane there. So then when you come down the hill, you're turning north, and again, a 90-degree turn onto a nice long acceleration lane. Well, as a driver, you've got cars merging into your traffic, and you've got a very high levels of traffic, which keep getting higher every year, large number of trucks. And you've got to watch for merging traffic. You often have to move around. And next thing you know, you're up by the state-owned property, the light blue on the, about over here on this map, the light blue. So when you get up there, you're like, oh, was there even any property there? Did I miss anything? I can't tell you the number of people I've said, well, have you seen that heart-shaped pond? Oh, excuse me, the heart-shaped pond. And they're like, what are you talking about? They've never seen it. Because you're looking, you're preserving your own safety and other people's safety. Going south, it's a little bit of a different story because you have the off-ramp to Tumalo Park and Tumalo and those kind of things. And people are going off to the right. It's not so treacherous, but you're very far away from the property at that point. Plus they have the New Jersey barrier and the property starts out being lower. Then you have the view of the rock spine. And then above that, you have the berm of the canal. And then there's some scrubby juniper along all that's been there forever. And you can't really see stuff. So I explain all this in the document from January, and I went over all the state statutes and laws and rules, as well as the county ones. And then I wrote the draft of I edited the ESEEs from the property that was across the street. Like there's 2 houses on this property, which there weren't on that property. And the railroad tracks are only 500 feet away and that kind of thing. So I edited them, but other than that, they were very capable. So what other questions would you have about that?
One question I have is, I'm tracking your description of the soils as being pretty minimal. What kind of septic capacity does this property have for industrial uses if it is rezoned?
That's a great question. So right now, there's 2 septic tanks that have been inspected on the property, one of which was just about 15 years ago. When in 1912, there was a little house that was right next to the cistern, which is right at the entrance. And that had a septic tank and leash line. And then they needed to move that in 1991 to meet the requirements of the county for parking for the funny farm. So they moved it behind the barn and they needed to put a new septic tank and leash line. So that's what I call septic tank number 2. And I believe it was in 1927, a second house was built and that had its own leash line. Now, as you say, that's not a commercial or industrial grade. Tony Assetti and I went over to all the 57 acres of RI that's literally across the street south of this property about 2 years ago. And we literally talked to every owner or manager and the tables in the application. But we found some of them tank out septic, which surprised me. Some of them have shared septic and some of them have their own septic, very much a mixed bag over there. But on this property, we've already talked to some engineers. It would be an engineered commercial or industrial septic that would be designed for the uses that their clients were proposing. Some of these have some of their RI uses, in fact, almost all of them have very low employment and very few people working per square foot compared to like in the city or something. Very land intensive rather than people intensive. And those, so we found places that had no employees. And we found places that like the GP Energy that brings in gasoline every morning. Well, they go and get gasoline in Portland every day with all their trucks, bring them back. Obviously, they have a lot of employees, but the employees are not there. They're out on the road all the time. So, they specifically design the whatever the way to dispose of the sewage. They design it for that use and for the number of employees at that use. And it could be anything. I know my husband did one with the Orenco system up in Terrebonne because he didn't have a lot of room and there was a lot of rock. That there's lots of ways that they do for environmentally safe ways that they do.
I'm hearing you that you would design a septic system tailored to the use. There are allowable uses within the rural industrial zone. There are a lot of very diverse allowable uses in the rural industrial zone, and I guess one of the things I'm trying to play out in my head is, with the limited septic capacity of that site, serve to restrict the kinds of uses you could put that rural industrial property to.
You remember,
that might be a Caroline question more than
well, I think you're remembering our really robust decision. I love that word robust now that we've all been using it. But we had this decision on Tony Assetti's plan amendment and zone change that in fact that could be a limiting factor in the development on his property. It's the same shield volcano, same rock flows there right at the surface. So very poor. There's just not agriculture here. But the same thing, you have to, you can't design nothing. So you have to use the guidelines and you have to use the situation that it is. But this would be a question for my husband. This is his forte, his kind of stuff he does. He's done for broccoli processing plants and restaurants and in rock and whatever. But there's, I'm kind of still a little bit of his specialty here, but you're right. You can't have everything everywhere. You know, you have to be choosy. You have to put the right business in the right place.
Stephen, have we used all 30 minutes then? Okay, we have used all 30 minutes, Pat. I did have a question. In our notes, it said the property is in farm tax deferral. How long has it been in the tax deferral?
You know, I have never seen that and I don't know about that.
Okay. And what about water rights?
Water rights, it has Pilot Butte Canal water through Central Oregon Irrigation District. And this lot 101, the northern lot, used to be belonged to the Copley family. Dennis Luke's wife, Joanne, is one of their daughters. In 1991, after Ivan died, she literally gave the 4 acres there to the Carsey family, who owned it at the time, because they considered it worthless land. It's rather, landlocked between the highway and the canal was completely, surrounded it then. So they literally just transferred the title to that. That came with, I believe, 2 acres, 1.8 acres or so of water with it. There is no record that has ever been irrigated, ever. Obviously, those acres are what they call in jeopardy of being lost from the use it and lose it rules and beneficial use rules. The southern parcel, lot 800, has 14 acres of irrigation water. Only 2 to 2.5 has ever been used, but I have to say it's kind of unconscious because it's like 24 hours a day running down the hill. And the rest of it has never been used either, and it's in jeopardy of being lost. That may seem strange, but the map that COID sent to us that's in the application shows most of the surrounding properties are in the same boat. Timothy Puckett, who just sold his property to Hooker Creek in the past few months, he's one of the best farmers in the state. He knows how to farm. And he bought that property to farm it, not realizing the rock. And he said that he got on the tractor and bent the plows immediately, and he got off and said, oh my goodness. But he figured it'd be worth something someday, and it was. So he's kept it, but he finally sold it to Hooker Creek. Well, his property also, he's in the in-stream leasing program, but he never uses it the 5th year, which you're supposed to do. And then across the highway on the west side, Brenda Chapin, I talked to her because her property looks like it's got enormous native vegetation on it. And she says, yeah, she's owned it for almost 40 years, never done anything to it, never irrigated. And she has irrigation rights as well, but she's never used them. And hers are in jeopardy too. Okay. So it's not that uncommon. I was surprised at that myself.
Thank you for that historical perspective.
You're welcome.
Can you translate that to a volume, like a volume of rights? So you said 4 acres and 14 acres.
Oh, so there's 16 acres total of irrigation water rights on the property.
And what's the allocation per acre?
Per acre? You want the exact, make that to you. In case you're wondering, it's on page 60 of the application.
I mean, I would guess if it's what you described a flood irrigation system, so I would guess that there's quite a quite a lot of acre feet allocated to each of those acres.
Okay, so the property has 14.6 acres deeded water right from the Pilot View Canal delivered by Central Oregon Irrigation District under certificate number 29052. 12.5 acres are on tax lot 800, which is the southern one. And with 5 acres being in good standing, which means that COID believes that they've been using 5 acres sometime during a 5-year period. 7.67 acres have not been beneficially used for 5 years or more and are in jeopardy of being lost. 1.8 acres are on tax lot 101. All 1.8 acres are past 5 years of beneficial use and are in jeopardy of being lost. And then on page 61 is the actual map and the actual note from COID. Does that answer what you wanted?
I was wondering how many acre feet per acre of land. So you said 14.6 acres of rights, but that's
usually-
not 14.6 acre feet.
It's usually 1 foot deep would be. So if you have an acre foot, if you have an acre of water, it'd be 1 foot deep.
Okay. I would, if there are rights associated with 14.6 acres of land, the amount of acre feet would be 14.6 times 3, 4, 5. But you know, you kept saying 14.6 acres. If that was acre feet, then that makes sense to me. But I don't, the way that you then broke it up by, you know, this amount of acres is in good standing, this amount of acres is not in good standing. That doesn't sound like an acre foot measurement.
Okay, what I will do is I will get that from COID and provide you with that this week.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Pat.
Okay, I had a PowerPoint ready for you, which we're not going to have time
We
for.
won't have time for it, but
So-
you do have 10 minutes after public testimony.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we can put it in the record.
Sure.
And I have this document, which I have not emailed. I can probably better for electronics that I email it. Or I can give it to you today.
Okay, whichever works better for you.
Okay, thank you.
But you do have 10 minutes at the end. All right, so let me open up now testimony for those in the audience supporting this project. We'll do those first. Is there anyone that's turned in? No?
I turned in a blue sheet. I said number 1 for the solid waste, and then number 2.
On the same sheet?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
gosh.
can do another sheet.
Okay,
Never had 2 before.
gee, 2 on 1? Okay, go ahead.
Saving paper.
You can,
Good afternoon, Tony Assetti, for the record, resident of Deschutes County. And 21235 Tumalo Place is my address. I'm in support of this, and I understand about the water situation. What's nice about converting this property to a rural industrial, that water eventually will go back into the system to where it should be. And COID obviously delivers to the most productive soils to the north. So that's kind of an unseen benefit, that those water rights will be transferred because you don't need it if you develop the property to a rural industrial use. I think the bigger question is, it's been proven that these soils are not capable. Just last month, my property got ran into from the kid that was running away from the cops, and they put out the spike strips and wiped out my fence. Same thing would happen here for animals getting out. It's not farmland. It's in an area of rural industrial area. So that's very nice. The transportation is there. Scenic. You're not looking towards the west. You're looking towards the east. And as Pat noted, based on the transportation, you are so focused on watching out for people merging onto the Highway 97 or exiting. It seems like your eye is not looking at a scenic view, especially towards the west. And if you're looking towards the east, I don't know if the railroad tracks are actually about, I'd say, maybe 10 to 15 feet higher than this property. And when the train's there, which is several times a day, they park there. There's a spur. So you're looking at trains that are, I think they're about 14 to 16 feet tall. So another 20 feet to the east, when the trains are parked there, you don't see anything but some junipers anyway. You're not looking at pristine mountains or pasture or anything like that, because this property sits below everything else. And let's see, adjacent industrial uses. This is a absolute sure fit for an expansion of the rural industrial area in that general location. And I see no opposition except for a needed economic development for the county and higher and better use of the land. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you very
Okay,
much.
and I might add, just on the septic system thing, there are higher, the DEQ is going to require whatever use that specific use is. They're just applying for a general rezone. And there's another bite at the apple when they make the application for a specific use. If it's a plumber's shop that has 2 employees, the sand filters, everything, there's just all that will happen.
Just, I mean, if there is almost no septic capacity on the site, then
yeah, well, I
that will significantly restrict
right,
what can
but
be
that's
developed
not
there, which then raised the question of what's the point of rezoning. So just trying to get a feel for that. I understand that there are uses that don't. I understand there are uses that don't require that much septic, and so thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Assetti.
Welcome.
If you could fill out another blue sheet just for clarity, I would appreciate it. Thank you. Anyone else in the room? Anyone with a raised hand online, Stephen? Janet. Okay, let's have Janet. You are supporting this proposal. If you want to go ahead and testify, please. You have 3 minutes. We still have to unmute her.
We see Janet as part of the testimony now. So if you could,
Okay, your
there you
hand's
go.
raised. There you are. Unmuted.
Yeah, my
Maybe
name's
you can-
Gary A. Kitzrow, Kitzrow, a certified professional soil classifier and soil scientist who've done a lot of work on this property. Just to set the record straight, there is 6.92 acres of desk camp soil, which is symbol 36A, and that is completely suitable for septic utilization. So it's not the fact that there is no opportunity for septic usage, no matter what, there are limits according to DEQ protocols, but in general, there's plenty of usable soil for septic utilization. It's the proportionality of the good soils versus the bad soils. That's what we're testifying to here.
So those 6.92 acres are part of the 33% that's not poor soil.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Did you have any other comments you wanted to add?
Yeah, I just wanted, basically, as a former NRCS soil scientist, part of my duty, a major part, is in the soil survey report for Upper Deschutes River area in Oregon, produced by USDA, Table 6, specifically pages 314 and 316 for rangeland characteristics and plant production. We use that to quantify the amount of AUMs, would it be cow-calf pairs, that you can use on this or any subject property based on the amount of dry materials produced during a year or per annum. And in this case here, we did all the quantification as a supporting mechanism to what we found in the field. You know, the soils that we measured in the field do not lie. They are what they are. And so with using table 6, page 314 and 316 in the NRCS publication, in conjunction with technical note number 3, it's called TN range number 3 NRCS June 2009. According to that memo and supported by Oregon State University empirical data, you need 912.5 pounds of dry material per cow-calf pair. And based on the proportionality of the good soils and including credit given to even the Gosney, the amount of dry material produced per year will not allow for a cattle operation. There's not enough sustainability for the AUMs, which is the nomenclature for cow-calf pairs, for hay production and for grazing opportunities. And that's really important, and in support of the fact that we have the issue of the class 7 and class 8. That's one thing that is in the LARs, et cetera, and that is paramount. But it's really equally important, or even more important, that we cite the table that's pertinent to one of the main discussions at hand, and that's table 6 in the report. Now, I did not do the report for this county. The counties I worked in were different when I was an employee and a soil scientist for the USDA here in Oregon. However, this is the hallmark in assessing and reiterating the lack of efficacy the soils have and the land for farm production in this particular subject property.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Kitzrow, there was some argument that these soils are essentially unamendable. Can you unpack that for us a little bit? What makes the soils in this site unamendable?
Great question. You know, the most important thing in this case is not the nutrient value of the soils. You can grow hay and pasture in Central Oregon and Eastern Oregon on soils that do not have high fertility. This isn't the Willamette Valley. We're not doing for big cash crops, etc. But for this, for using this area, the general region, hay and pasture and cattle production is paramount, as everybody knows. But what's important is the water holding capacity of the soil. This supersedes and reiterates the importance of water versus the nutrient value. Like you said, you can amend a soil and give it all kinds of goodies and improve it, make it look pretty as far as the color of the crop. It's the amount that you will net out of it, like it stated in our table 6, on a normal year, based on normal year ratings, meaning average rainfall. The number of inches of cumulative water holding capacity in the soil, any soil, you name it, that is the threshold. If it's not at least 2 inches of cumulative water holding capacity within a soil, then that is considered a soil that's generally unsuited for crops, agronomic crops, including hay and pasture. And in the Oregon, I think it's in the record, the ORNASIS Guide 1, produced by the USDA NRCS in Portland, Oregon, for Oregon only soils, they show the threshold for water holding capacity to be 2 inches. So if you have 2 inches of more of water holding capacity in the soil, you can therefore proclaim that you have efficacious soils for rudimentary crops, including hay and pasture. On the other hand, where you do not have 2 inches of cumulative water holding capacity, i.e. the Gosney soil, which certainly does not have that, and rock, which we know doesn't, those soils do not meet the criteria for generating a successful cattle operation or an agronomic operation, irrespective of the nutrients that's added. So the number one factor is water holding capacity of the soil. And that's the number one problem we have with many of the soils in this general region. And this property certainly qualifies as showing 2/3 not having the water holding capacity that's recognized by the USDA, NRCS, and Oregon State University and Washington State University.
Okay, I'm tracking you on all that. So is there something about the Gosney soil that does not allow you to amend it with compost and other things that increase the water holding capacity?
Yes, because according to our definition of a shallow versus a very shallow soil, it's less than 20 inches to a geological contact or restrictive layer, which the Gosney soil is. And you can add compost, which does, in fact, as you know, increase the water holding capacity. But the lack of depth and the amount of rock in the soil does not mitigate or offset the sandy nature of the soil and the tremendous amount of rock in the soil. So the composting certainly will aid it. Will it get you above that 2 inches of cumulative water holding capacity in the soil column? No. Therefore, it's under technological inputs that is not cost effective and it's not commercial for this type of a soil. And certainly for the rock areas, the 109 unit, which is rock outcrop infrastructure, AKA impact areas, it's a moot point for those areas. But no, for the best camp soil, certainly you already have over 2 inches of water holding capacity. Certainly that soil is efficacious in a legitimate farm soil, and nutrient holding capacity will improve that even proportionally more. But the amount of rock and the very, very shallow nature, especially on the southwest aspect on this subject parcel, precludes the fact, the utility of composting and mineral fertilizers to get you over that 2-inch threshold, which is in the USDA NRCS protocols for the state of Oregon. And this was, again, this document was produced specifically for the state of Oregon and specifically, usually, generally for Eastern and Central Oregon. This was produced by the USDA.
Are there any other comments then? I believe, any more questions?
No, I'm skeptical, but I no further questions.
Okay, anyone else with a raised hand? Stephen? No. Okay, all right. So then let's go to people that are opponents of this project. Do you have a sheet, Carolyn? Okay, great. Thank you so much. Do you want to come up?
Dara and commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to testify today on behalf of Central Oregon Land Watch. I'm a staff attorney with Central Oregon Land Watch, and our address in Bend is 2843 Northwest Lolo Drive in Bend, 97703. We oppose the application for the 3 different goals. One is goal 3, one is goal 5, and the other is goal 14. I agree with Commissioner Chang that there are concerns about this property for goal 6. When the property is rezoned, all of these uses could be could be put there, for example, petroleum storage. And it's not clear if the property would be able to withstand the pollution that would result, or if there would be harm to the groundwater in the area. The main concern of the hearings officer was goal 5. The applicant went and completed an EC analysis, but that EC analysis was not of the right goal 5 resource. So sometimes you'll see a golden eagle's nest is the resource, and that would be a site-specific analysis. But in this case, it's a corridor. So the goal 5 resource is the corridor between the Bend and Redmond UGBs, and the EC analysis has to be of the whole corridor. When the county first protected the corridor, it did so because they had evidence that tourism and new development, new growth in the county came from people being attracted to the scenic and open space values of the county. So they adopted this corridor and water corridors and a lot of other road corridors to preserve scenery. And one of the things they said was a scenic value was agricultural land itself. So then again, there's a mistake in the EC analysis because they're looking at, is this land a scenic view when you look at it? Well, being in agriculture itself is part of the scenery that this was protected for. So the EC analysis would have to be redone as a corridor and not as a site, and with all of the uses that are allowed in the RI zone, not just one, or not just in general. I also wanted to respond to some of the comments you just heard on goal 3. This is a photograph. I don't know if you can see. This is also in the record. But this land is this whole screen right now, this photograph is the original Howard Ranch. The applicant explains that this, which is the subject property, was part of that Howard Ranch. And this is an orchard across the 97. It has the same soils as the subject property, which are 36A, which when irrigated is class 3, and when not irrigated is class 6. So the subject property, according to the NRCS, has better soil than the rest of the original ranch, the Howard Ranch. This part, which is now another ranch, this dark green is a sign of farm use. It's photosynthetic capability of the plants that are grown there. So no matter what the soil is, if plants are growing on it, then that's farm use. This is an irrigated pasture. And I say that because this is 57B. 57B is class 7. So would like to indicate to you the pictures that are in the record are showing that this property that is 57B, which is class 7, is in active farm use right now for ranching. And here's another one. This is a picture of that ranch, also in the record. Cattle are grazing on it. That's class 7. So, and there's one other picture that also shows class 7. I do this to show you that class 7, which is the soils expert here has said this property is not, that doesn't mean that it's not able to be used. It's being used on the neighboring ranch that used to be the same thing as this ranch for cattle grazing right now. Also, the lengthy discussion that the applicant went through does not correspond to what they said in their application. There are pages and pages in the application, all explaining all of the farm uses that have happened on this property in the past. They include the production and sale of lilac bushes. That's on page 29. The property has been used for the production of horses, milk cows, sheep, pigs, goats, mules, and burros. The property has been used for weaner pigs. It's been used to board animals, including turkeys and cows. It has a goat shed, a poultry shed, a barn for horses and other livestock. All of this livestock has been produced on this property, which again was part of a 160-acre ranch called the Howard Ranch. And the mistake that is made here with the goal 3 analysis by the applicant is similar to the mistake being made about goal 5, which is that it's not about this property and can it grow and are the soils compacted and is it gosney or whatever. It's about, can it be used with the other lands around it, just as it was as part of the Howard Ranch. It was used, horses were boarded there. There's also evidence that goats were raised on this property alone. Pigs were raised on this property alone, and lilacs were produced on the property alone. With or without irrigation, so somehow they were being raised there. When a property has been in farm use, and the record is indisputable that it is suitable for farm use, no matter what a soils analysis in the abstract might predict. What matters is what actually happens. And as you can see from the photosynthetic activity on this property and neighboring properties, this whole area can be used for farm use if it's used in conjunction. It's not just a question of whether this land alone can be used for a farm or whether anyone would do so, because people have done so in the past. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. I would just like to say in passing, the goal 14 is a very large obstacle to the approval of this application, all three of those goals 3, 5, and 14.
Question.
Yeah.
Goal 5, resource land, scenic view, landscape management zone is the tool that protects it. Even if it was in rural industrial, it is inside the landscape management zone. What are your comments about that topic?
I guess what we say is that if every property along the zone is rezoned for industrial use, then it won't be a scenic corridor anymore. If one was floating down the Deschutes and all of a sudden there's a factory on the right and factory on the left, because that one property said we're not scenic and you can put it here, it won't be a corridor anymore. So even if they're screened, what is valuable about it is that there's open space and scenic view in the land being agriculture itself. It's sort of surprising, but the legislature protects agricultural land, not just for the $5 billion economy that we have for agriculture, but also for tourism, which is a reason that the Deschutes County protected this in the first place. And it's a $14 billion industry is tourism. So the scenic views have a value of their own. And the EC analysis would have to compare what is the value to tourists, to like merchants and to the county and revenue of tourism versus this individual property changing to industrial, or all the properties along the corridor changing to industrial, because if this one can, the others can. And this is the third application in 3 years. And there's no question that the scenic value, no matter what the protections are, the scenic value will be gone if all of these properties are turned into industry.
So I think we were in that little bit of discussion. I think we're in that same spot where we were before in previous rezones. If it's supposed to be open space for a view, we're using agricultural for that purpose. It's EFU, even if you can't make money on it. So it's an open space view that we're asking for. It's not a farming operation.
It may
I'm just
be.
saying we've been in that spot before.
In this case, it is both, because it has a history of farm use that is.
Well, farming for a profit.
Yeah, farming for profit in the past has been used here for both lilacs and they sold pigs that were produced on the property, and the person who ran the ranch sold sheep from the ranch.
But they'd be doing it today if they were profitable, and they're not. I mean, there's history of not being profitable. You can farm for a lifestyle all you want, but if we're not profitable,
yes,
we're forcing it.
Sure, DeBone, I want to just make clear that our position on that is that the idea is whether someone sets out to do it. So if they made pigs and they ate them, if they raised horses and they only gave them as presents to their friends, that wouldn't qualify. But if they raise them for sale, and this land as part of the whole Howard Ranch raised sheep for sale and other livestock for sale, it was part of an entire 160-acre ranch, and it was used with the intent of making a profit and money, because the application demonstrates that. But yes, when you're talking about the scenic views, according to the legislature and according to the county's own Goal 5 protections for this corridor, agriculture itself is a scenic asset. So that, again, that's what's weighed, is how much does the economy benefit from having scenic corridors that draw people here versus just an individual who is profiting from getting an industrial rezone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else in the room? Stephen, do we have anyone online that wants to testify? Doreen, okay.
Stick with us all day today.
Thank you, Doreen.
I am 100% behind, during Ty Bend, Oregon, I am 100% behind Landwatch's comments. There's so much more to open land and agriculture than just, throwing industrial businesses in. And like she said, once one's approved, the next one's approved. You've been doing that all across Deschutes County for years now. We're losing so much EFU. You have to please stop this. And yeah, I'm just 100% want to support Landwatch's comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Doreen. Do we have any other raised hands online? Okay, so I believe now we can go to a rebuttal. Pat, you have 10 minutes.
Pat Cleaver again. So I'm glad that Land Watch read the history of the Deschutes area. That's kind of cool. Anyway, I wanted to clarify a couple of things, and then we'll respond to the big issues in writing this week. First of all, I'm glad she knew about the Roscoe Howard and Catherine Howard homestead. That was in 1911, so a little while ago. And it was 160 acres. It included the Fagan property that goes up the slope. Goes up about 60 feet high on the eastern slope of Long Butte. Goes down and includes where the Highway 97 is today, includes this parcel, except for not 101, where the rock wall is the northern part of is the northern property line of Roscoe Howard's homestead. Goes across the railroad tracks. That includes Jack Holt's property, which is the green property that Carol showed you, that I had talked about earlier. And then it includes the Nelson's property, which has the original Roscoe Howard house, which I absolutely love. And all of that area was the Roscoe Howard Ranch. He was definitely not a farmer, by the way, although he did take a few sheep to an exposition in Portland that I wrote about. They had the barn, which is the big red Funny Farm barn. They had their barn on this property. They had the farm implement shed, which had vehicle in it. And they did not farm it. The highway wasn't there. It wasn't even built till 1937. So it was all one big, long ranch. The lilacs she's talking about are the same as if you or I had a lilac bush in our landscaping. Leora grew up the lilac bushes, which are still there. It's just a big clump of them. It's not a commercial crop in any way. She didn't grow them for sale. The people just liked them. When the Carseys moved there and their son, Gene, had the Funny Farm, he had a petting zoo. So all those animals, she said, in such a way that you kind of imagine them spread across the whole, acreage there. That is not true. They were all around the house, and they were in cages there. In fact, they were in display cages, and they were up there for the people. He didn't have all those at one time. He had a few at a time. I already talked about the Grahams having the wiener pigs and the chickens. So these are not things that apply to state law regarding agriculture. State law or agriculture talks about earning a profit. It's about skill. In order to have agricultural land, you have to have a lot of money output from it, which requires a lot of money input as well. But it's the scale. One thing I didn't get to talk about, there's several factors of agricultural land, and one of them I didn't get to. Perhaps the zoning map will help, but you have to be able to have agricultural land around your agricultural land in order to be profitable usually. And in this case, it's so constrained. Every piece of land south of the road across the street to the south is RI. The land directly across the street to the west is rural commercial and MUA 10, and it's pretty intensely used under a permit that they have. Then south, the quarter across the street is catty corner, so the southwest corner is RI. And she mentioned the orchard. Well, that's 500 baby apple trees. They've only been in like less than 3 years. And I talked to Brad Irwin, the owner of that, and he doesn't know if it's going to work or not, or if they're going to be able to grow or not. We don't know yet. So I did research Minnie Lowe's homestead, which was a little bit to the west there, about half a mile to the west, and was about the same elevation. And she never could complete her homestead because they couldn't grow enough to even meet the minimal requirements of 20 acres of cultivated land. So I'm very skeptical that apple orchard will do well there. But anyway.
It's like Mr. Rupert is trying to speak, or he's got his hand raised. I don't know if you want to.
Excellent.
Okay.
And after, I'm not telling you what to do. I was just
Really,
pointing that out.
You're at 450. Did you want Mark to be able to speak this time?
Oh, he can go in.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, Stephen, do you want to let Mark? He's got his hand raised. Okay.
I apologize for coming in at this late time. I've had my hand up continuously since the hearing started. Anyway, I have to point out a couple things as far as use of the land and irrigation. I took a backhoe in there and dug the holes for Tony. Even with a backhoe, I was able to get down only a few inches, less than 10 inches on the vast majority of the property with a 15,000-pound backhoe. There's no way you're going to farm any of that. I did manage to make a depression down the uphill side of the field along the rock spine, and I paid for the irrigation water and offered it to anyone that wanted to use it for free. I couldn't get any takers. That offer is still open. No one will take the land and the water for free because they can't make a profit on it. As far as the septic goes, as Tony noted, a third of the site is suitable for septic, and it's easy and common to pipe septic over there. As far as the uses, it's a 20-acre site. It's far too large for any one use, with the exception of possibly an equipment and material storage yard. It's a yard to the south immediately. We've had interested parties from warehouses, from self-storage, from solar farms, all that kind of stuff that are low septic use. There's nobody been inquiring as far as anything like a restaurant or a broccoli sorting facility or anything that Carol's throwing out there. As far as the views goes, to the east, there's an RV storage yard right next to us. There's numerous commercial buildings. There's a block production plant, equipment yard, material storage, and further to the north, there's about half a mile of solar farm right up against the freeway. So the county actually has control of what's there due to the fact that any uses in there are required to have county permits, and the county can review not only the septic ability, but the view impact at that time under those ordinances. And they'll be piecemeal because this property's got to be broken up to make it small enough for anyone to be able to actually make good use of it. It's a perfect fit for the county, and that as Pat has noted, 3 of the 4 sides of the property there, that intersection of the highway, are already in commercial use. We're the odd man out. It's a perfect grouping of commercial uses. You were talking about the landfill site before this. It's already an impacted area. This is already an impacted area. So it's a great place to put more RI, which is an extreme shortage in the county in general. They need to do somewhere. The county's growing and we need rural industrial land. This is a perfect fit in comparison to anything else that's out there. As far as the views goes, mountains are to the west, not to the east. That's where most of the views are. There's a place, Jake's Place, just to the northwest of us, that was just granted an exemption from Goal 5. He's even on the west side. We have a better shot at it than he does. Carol submitted a lot of stuff, and would like to point that out. I'm not up on all the legal stuff, but those are the notes that I was able to make just listening in all this. So thank you very much. I'll turn it back over to Pat.
Okay, thank you. All right, Pat, we have
I think we're probably at 10 minutes, aren't we?
a minute left.
Oh, a minute left.
We have a
Okay.
minute. Yes.
Well, I guess in conclusion, I think that we worked really hard on the application. We've had a really great transportation analysis done by Joe Bessman. And Gary gave you even an extra effort on the soils project that he did there. And I think all of it meets all of the state and county requirements to be rezoned. In fact, I would say that this property needs to be rezoned. It doesn't just want to be rezoned, it needs to be rezoned. Because now that the Funny Farm's not there, which was an entertainment venue that had a lot of coverage clear up into Canada, people came there for that. With it gone, there's really no use for this property that can work with a conditional use permit on on EFU soil. And the most logical thing to put there is RI. It matches what's around it, and it'll be a really good use for it. And thank you very much. And we'll try to get you the information that you asked about irrigation, water, and other things this week.
Thank you, Pat. Thank you very much. Caroline, do you want to join us again? So. And Will, thank you.
My manager, Will Gross, up here just to provide a little bit more background as well, but I'll let you start and then maybe add on to whatever you don't cover.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, Commissioners. For the record, your planning manager, Will Groves. I wanted to acknowledge a difficulty with the EC that's been provided, and I think this aligns in some ways with Landwatch's testimony. So the applicant has submitted the copy of an EC that was provided and ultimately approved by the board in LBNW's application, a similar rezone along the same corridor. And their application, as I understand it, in the present matter, resubmits that 40-page EC with a list of 13 proposed changes to that EC. And one of the concerns, and I think that, again, Landwatch raised this, is that staff has identified there appears to be an error in the approach that was taken in that EC that would need to be rectified in staff's opinion before this review. And it is that the purpose of the LM zone is not to preserve views from properties or on properties or of specific resources. It is to provide visual mitigation for the traveling public who are on Highway 97 of certain development types. So if you look at the way that that's implemented, it's implemented through setbacks, through color requirements, and through screening requirements. So the EC that has been resubmitted and annotated is targeted instead at the views from properties, or it has concerns that says, for example, a ridgeline of a structure is blocking a view of the mountain already, so this isn't an issue. The thing that's at issue isn't the structure blocking the view of the mountains, it's the colors of that structure, the screening of that structure. I don't see this as an insurmountable problem, but it's a difficulty that we, in reviewing the LBNW EC in considering this matter, recognize that the Skidmore analysis appears to be mistargeted to the resource it's protecting. And again, in that case, assumes that the resource to be protected is the view on or from adjacent properties rather than the view that's seen by the traveling public. And again, I'm reiterating here that the purpose of the way that that's implemented is through on-property requirements. So if I have a property next to a river or a road that's subject to the LM zone, I'm complying with that by painting it earth tone colors, not making it white, bright, or reflective, providing screening vegetation. And one of the things that came up as a concern in the LBNW process, and will be important to address here as well, is that the LM zone really doesn't effectively deal with on-property display of materials. This came up in that matter as well. It'll be important to address here. So I imagine most of you have driven to Redmond in recent weeks, months, years, and have seen the kind of the extensive outdoor display of items for sale or goods in trade or equipment that are associated with these industrial zones. And my understanding is that the LM zone, as it's currently structured, doesn't provide visual protections associated with the outdoor storage of materials. It's really focused on structures. And so one of the things that will be before the board and for the applicant to, presumably in a post-hearing period, to address is how the LM zone does or does not deal with those issues. So, for example, if the LM zone is applied as the restrictive requirement to try and protect the views for the traveling public, and someone wanted to put a an industrial office out there. That would certainly have to be painted earth tones, not white, bright, or reflective. There'd be screening vegetation and setbacks. But if someone wanted to put out a Technicolor array of tractors immediately, relatively immediately adjacent to the highway, that is not addressed. And so there's a question if that's something that that needs to be addressed through this EC, and if the LM zone is sufficient to protect the resource in accordance with the prior work that's been done on that. Staff doesn't take a position on that. There are definitely made on this topic in the LBNW application, but there'll be some work to be done on behalf of the applicant to retarget this application or the EC that's provided to address the correct protected resource aligned with Landwatch's concerns.
Okay. So that's advice for the applicant then, direct advice.
Well, I'm not their lawyer. I'm not
No.
a lawyer. And again, staff has read these materials. It has a concern if in fact that, that this is missed target or based on their legal advice that this has been resolved in some other way, staff is totally amenable to that, but just a concern that we believe either needs to be addressed or dismissed as part of post-hearing period materials.
Okay. Thank you, Will.
So if we were to move forward with the hearings officer's recommendation and the applicant and the appellant want to take this to LUBA, is this the issue that you just described something that LUBA would likely address in the way that they heard this issue?
I think because to my understanding, this specific issue about the targeting of the EC was not raised as part of the LBNW process. So it would be a matter of first impression in front of LUBA. And to the extent that I've characterized it correctly, I think that would be a matter of some concern that the materials provided in the application aren't responsive to the visual resource to be protected, that there's that misalignment that I identified. So again, not an attorney, not their attorney, but I as staff would have some concern that would be an issue that LUBA would be interested in and would likely want to see some analysis of.
Important to consider in how we move forward on this item.
Thank you.
So then, Carolyn, the question remains then that we close the hearing today. What is the wishes of the board? Do we close the oral portion, leave the written open, close the hearing, commence deliberations, or secure deliberations for a date and time to be determined? So
I support closing the oral portion and leaving the written record open. It was kind of implied by the applicant that they were expecting to be able to put something in the record.
right. Okay.
Sorry, and on that topic, just staff would request probably at least 14 days, just so we could also be responsive to some of the arguments presented today and put information on the record that will help the board make an informed decision as part of your deliberations.
So not 777, but 1477?
Yeah, that would probably be our minimum preference. I don't know if the applicant has any preference to respond to the issues that have been raised. But there's no 150-day clock. I mean, obviously we want to keep this review moving along, but just recognizing we have some holidays coming up as well. 2 weeks would be ideal for the new evidence period.
Okay.
I support that.
Okay. Do we need a motion?
I think it would be helpful.
Okay. So we're talking 1477, open record period. So Commissioner DeBonne made the motion. Commissioner Chang, can you?
I'll second that.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. So do you want to let us know those dates then?
Yeah, I have a few slides that I can get up here. These
Thank you, Will.
I think are the old dates. So let me get a different one. I guess Stephen, if you could turn off the screen, I think that's the old one. So with the 1477, the first deadline for new evidence and testimony will be Wednesday, June 26th at 4 p.m. The rebuttal evidence and testimony, the deadline for that will be Wednesday, July 3rd at 4 p.m. And then the applicant's final legal argument has to be received by Wednesday, July 10th at 4 p.m.
Good. We got June out of there.
Yeah. And just a few housekeeping items on this. If you're submitting, or everything needs to be submitted to my attention, and as I mentioned before, it will go into the website for the board's consideration and review. Electronic submittals need to be emailed to me. My email is caroline.house@deschutes.org. And the county doesn't retrieve materials from websites or cloud storage systems, so anything submitted actually needs to be put fully into the record. And again, the cutoff for the county's server to receive electronic submittals is 4 p.m. So send them a little bit before that to make sure they get through. And that's everything I have.
Okay. So we're good to go 2 weeks. To repeat those dates, June 26th for our due evidence testimony rebuttal to July 3rd. And a final is July 10th. Okay, great. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're now way overdue. It's now 1:14 and I know there's people in the room for the afternoon, but I don't know, can we have like 20 minutes and come back at 1:35? And I'm so sorry, but think I need something. Is that okay? Come back at 1:35, 20 minutes?
That's fine with me.
Okay, wonderful. I'm so sorry, folks. This is,
Maybe, I mean, in addition to that, maybe we want to consider some of these fee schedule items. I'm not sure if how many people in the out there are here for the fee schedule items, but maybe we want to bump those a little bit later so that we can take care of
the people in the room for the item number 21. We could,
And 24.
yeah, 21 and 24. We could do those first, 21 and 24. We'll start with those. Does that help you all?
In 20 minutes.
Yes, we'll be back in 20.
and then staff knows that they don't have to be back here in 20 minutes.
Right. Oh. For joining us back at our afternoon session. We're actually going to start with item number 21 on our agenda to respect the people in the room that came on time. So let's see. Who is going to be that person at the table?
We can all tag team it and
Okay.
So this is the home fund agenda item, and we've the board's discussed this a number of times. Following the meeting we had a couple of weeks ago, our legal counsel and the team proposing the home fund worked through all the final issues with a memorandum of understanding, the deed restriction, and we have it here available for board's consideration, questions, and hopefully for approval today, if that's where the board, if the board is prepared to finalize all of the documents. We have a number of people in the room. Sherry, Morgan, and Andrew, and I'm not sure if that's in the room. Maybe others are online. If you have questions, and thanks to Kim and legal for reviewing the documents very carefully to make sure that they all reflect what we heard the board's direction and decisions to be a few weeks ago. So with that, commissioners, I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, wonderful. Does anyone want to come up and just represent the group in the room?
Well,
At the table?
and I'll make a statement here. I mean, it's exciting to be able to get to this point. As I say, it's kind of gone back and forth a little bit with the amount of money, the length of time, you know, can we really do this? The document itself, a legal document. And as I say, my only thought right now is I'm not able to think deep enough into this to worry about what might not be the right thing right here. So hopefully if there's something that comes up, we would, you know, maybe be able to adjust the program if needed. Because I mean, that's the only thing I can come up with, because as I say, it's pretty complicated. I don't know if it's complicated, but in depth now. So
Well, the news is we are providing enough money for 10 of these homes. And noticing that one of the restrictions, they cannot attain a home equity line or a second mortgage or refinance. So hopefully we've thought of everything, Kim. I hope we have.
I don't know
trying.
everything.
I know,
is-
that's-
Yeah, I
I
know.
know.
That's
I mean, we've put a number of guardrails and safety nets in place, but I don't think that, you know, it's inclusive of everything that's available to you, but I think it's reasonable.
reasonable. That's important. Okay. And hopefully we can help 10 people that work in Deschutes County that want to live here and buy a home.
this is a general fund commitment that it's for July 1st or for this fiscal year?
It's for July. Go ahead.
Well,
Dan is
there we
here.
go. We got
Dan and I
somebody to
have
come up
coordinated
and
on
join
this,
us.
but since Dan's here, I'll defer to Dan.
Dan Emerson, Budget and Financial Planner Manager, Deschutes County. Since the approved budget, we've added $320,000 from the general fund to the home fund effective fiscal year 25. So that would be July 1st.
And then, so that's one-time commitment at this point. If we were to do it again, that would be another fiscal year's choice.
It is a one-time commitment.
Yep. Okay. See, good.
Is there anything you wanted to add, Morgan?
Thank you, Chair Adair. We are just here to answer any questions that that the board may have, and to offer a perhaps premature thank you, but mostly sincere gratitude for the board's commitment throughout this extended process, for excellent questions, for excellent guidance and feedback, and for being willing to consider such an innovative project for our community.
So, yeah, I'll wrap up another kind of big picture here. I mean, this is going to provide a set of homes for people subsidized between 80 and 120 AMI with guardrails. It is a very quiet time for the building industry. I mean, there's still building going on, but it sure isn't that boom or bust cycle right now. We're kind of in the middle of it, middle of up or down. But there's a huge need, is my point. I mean, we need to get things building homes, getting people in housing, have an opportunity as I say, I always lean towards a real free market, But hopefully this is going to prime the pump during a point in time where we can get some people that are working in Deschutes County into housing.
And maybe someone else will see what we've done and will step up for next year, perhaps, or maybe 10 people, 10 different businesses would step up and do this too.
Thank you, Chair Adair. Yes, that is the goal, to seek additional contributions to the home fund from additional funding partners outside of Deschutes County.
Yes, because it is an American dream to own your own home. And it does, it leads to a lot of really positive outcomes for families and children, and yes. So appreciate it. Mr.
I'll echo that and say that I'm really glad we're at this point where we can pilot this program. Want to express appreciation for all of the innovative folks who brought this idea to us and did the work to design the program. I am disappointed with the amount of money that we're putting into this, and I think it's too low. And I'm also disappointed that we gave up potential for 10 years of deed restriction for the same amount of money for workforce housing for our community. But I will be voting in favor of this because a little bit is better than nothing.
Okay, so can someone make the motion?
I'll move approval of board signature document number 2024-544.
Second.
Is there any further discussion?
I'll just like to name it at this point too. So this is a memorandum of understanding with Neighbor Impact, Housing Works, and the Central Oregon Builders Association to establish a workforce housing program for median income earners, creating the home fund.
And that number is correct, 544?
That's correct.
Okay, because I didn't see it on this attachment. Okay, I just wanted to be sure. All right, Commissioner DeBonne?
Vote yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. So thank you. Thank you for your patience, and let's hope next year those 10 are in the works.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Commissioner Adair, Commissioner DeBonne, Commissioner Chang, Nick, and Kim, and Brenda, and all the staff that's worked on this. And our group is very happy to be able to move forward and bring you back positive stories about our workforce getting into homes in our community. So thank you so much for your innovation.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we're going to jump to item number 24. Steve, we see you. Jen?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jen Patterson, Strategic Initiatives Manager. I'll just give a quick background and then turn it over to Steve and the team from Cognitive Surplus to provide more details. We are before you here today to request an economic development loan conversion to a grant with a contract amendment. For a quick bit of background, the Deschutes County Economic Development Loan Program was initiated to encourage and assist companies seeking to relocate or to create new jobs within Deschutes County. Cognitive Surplus relocated from Portland to Redmond in January 2021 and came before the board requesting an economic development forgivable loan, or to be enrolled in the economic development forgivable loan program. So with that, we're nearing the end of their contract, or we've ended their contract, or we have reached the end of the contract period. And I'll turn it over to Steve to provide details.
Good afternoon. Are we on? Okay.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. Steve Curley, Ready Director at ADCO in Redmond. I guess I'll go ahead and talk a little bit about the forgiveness. There's a little bit of there's actually two asks today. So when the loan was created and the contract was created, it specified in the contract that the wages needed to meet $57,067.53. That was actually their projected wages. The program only required that they meet Deschutes County average wage, which at that time was $47,595. Their actual wages for the 13 new jobs over the period was $49,092, therefore meeting the minimum and fulfilling the program requirements. So today it's a little unique. We're asking that the contract would be amended to state the 47,595 instead of what the actual projected wages were, but what the program minimum is, and then also asking for the grant or the loan to be forgiven to become a grant. In addition, they were only required to hire 13 employees, which would have taken them to, I believe, 15. They're up to 21 employees. So they've hired several more employees than were actually required by the grant as well. So they've done better than what they had projected as far as employment numbers. So that would be the ask. And I'll let Carl and Mason introduce themselves and tell you a little bit about the company and what they do. And I think it's a pretty exciting company for Redmond.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about it, and congratulations, 21 employees, man.
Thank you very much. We're extremely happy to be here in Central Oregon. The move out of the Portland metro area was one of necessity. And for a small business like ours, we've been in business since 2013. But even with us being very fiscally sound and extremely risk adverse, the volatile leasing market in the Portland metro area became really untenable. And we wanted to try and move, but not leave the state and be as close to there as we could. And luckily, we found very fertile ground here in Central Oregon. In fact, a number of staff members were able to move with us, which is always nice. We like to focus on retention and stability for our employees. And then obviously we found a lot of lovely people here as well. Kind of the theme of our company is we try to use art and design to venerate the sciences in an environmentally and sustainable way through a variety of stationary, gift, and lifestyle goods. We're at over 3,000 retailers within the US, and we have many more abroad. Some of the stores that carry our line are small gift boutiques, independent mom and pop brick and mortar stores. A lot of the others are actually associated with national heritage sites, national parks, science museums, history museums, and academic institutions. There's even groups like the National Institute of Health has us in their gift store, MIT, the Field Museum in Chicago, OMSI here in Oregon, Exploratorium in San Francisco, which is kind of California's version of OMSI. And we're even abroad. We're in the London Museum of Natural History. We're in a few smaller art museums in France, a few places in Belgium and beyond. One of the things we pride ourselves on is, in addition to having strong environmental standards and paying for independent audits of all the production, be it here or abroad, and buying carbon offsets for all that production, the shipping and whatnot. We also, for our local staff, our actual real on-site employees, we try to have a very tolerant, truly diverse environment. We have people very, very different religious and political spectrums, but everyone gets along very amicably, and the workplace is a easy place to come in and work. Also to that point, we've won an award a few years ago from Oregon Department of Vocational Rehabilitation for excellence in employing adults with disabilities. I was the first permanent employee for the company. I am profoundly visually handicapped. I'm legally blind, even with all corrections. So I can't drive. I can't serve in our armed forces. I can't work in medicine. But despite my adversity in my life and difficulties with it, for our owners and founders, Kristen and Jeff, that was never a concern. The only interest was, do I have the merit? Can I do the job as well or better than anyone else that could have the position? And that's why they poached me from the job I was at before and made me a big offer and got me to come on board. And it was the best decision I ever made. Similarly, our other staff members that struggle with various physiological or mental impediments or disabilities, they also all have real jobs. They're held to the same standards as any other staffer. They're on the same pay structure. We don't do any of the Americans with Disabilities Act modified, scaled lower pay. There's obviously a place for that, but in our business, it's all about people having real jobs and not charity, getting to have the joy of a vocation and a real career where you know that you've pulled the same weight as all of your peers. Forgot to introduce myself. Sorry. I'm I wear a lot of hats at the company. I'm the operations manager and general manager. I'm also the HR person. To my right is Mason, Redmond local, born and raised, and he is our bookkeeper. Mason's an excellent example of our company trying to focus on retention and promote from within. Mason started in the warehouse and showed an incredible level of accuracy and trust and aptitude. He had a bit of background in spreadsheets and accounting and things like that. And we trusted him with more and more tasks and promoted him from the ground floor all the way up to being the head bookkeeper for the company. We have many other staff members that were new hires to Central Oregon that have, when we moved to Central Oregon, that have moved from entry-level positions into higher paid positions with more responsibility in the company. Okay, sorry if that went on a bit.
Yeah, Carl, thank you for that wonderful, inspiring story about your company. And we're so glad they came over here.
Happy to be here.
So I support that request to, have the annual wage adjusted in this contract.
So we probably have to have a motion for that, don't we?
Well, just showing support for it, and then I think it's going to be converting a loan to a grant. Yeah.
You have two options listed in the staff report, so whichever one the majority choose.
Yeah, I want to just express my welcome and appreciation for Cognitive Surplus as well. Really glad you're here in our community, building a workforce for your business. And I do the revising this number down is a little funny because it is the initial number proposed was significantly higher than the minimum necessary, and so I'm not opposed to doing that, but I guess maybe this is more feedback for Ready than for the business, but in the future maybe you can just kind of not overestimate in the first place.
Yeah, I think there were several factors there, Commissioner Chang, and I guess I can always say it was my predecessor, but he is my boss.
There we go.
There you go.
Because I think the contract should have been written differently to use that lower number to start. That would have given flexibility, because that's what the program is there for. So yeah, I think there are some lessons learned here. To your point, that going forward we will write better contracts. So appreciate that.
Yeah, you don't need to amend contracts if you exceed the number that you put down. So thank you.
So one question, Mason, are you excited to get this loan off the books?
That would be nice.
Yeah.
I think that definitely Jen, our COO, and Kristen both would prefer for this to be off the books. But as far as I'm concerned, it won't be something that kills us as a company if we end up repaying it instead.
It'll be one of those lines you can get rid of in the spreadsheet or whatever it is.
Yeah.
So with that, I'll move to approve the amendment to the contract 2021-288, change the average annual wage from $57,067.53 to $49,092, and authorize county administrator to convert a $26,000 economic forgivable loan made to Cognitive Surplus into a grant.
Second.
Is there any additional discussion?
Well, thanks for moving to Central Oregon. As I say, try not to poach from the state as much, but getting these are like the last dollars in. Get you set up, get you going, and hopefully this was the right money at the right time, because I think that's the intention of this whole program.
So
thank you, very helpful.
Commissioner DeBonne taking the vote,
So taking the vote, I vote yes.
and Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. So thank you. Thanks
you.
for your patience today.
Thank you. And if you ever want a tour, I'm sure
Oh,
Carl
great.
would be willing to show you around what it's a very impressive operation warehouse. And yeah, we're grateful to have them in Redmond.
Great.
Well, I was actually thinking the London Museum sounded like a really great place to find your products. Yeah, I'm writing down all those. Yeah, your list of realtors or yes, outlets are awesome. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Retailers.
Retailers, yes, not realtors.
Retail outlets.
Yes. Anyway,
Thank you.
Thank you.
so, okay, now where are we going to go back to? Now we're going back to item number 14, I believe.
There we go.
There is a method here, I'm sure.
No problem. All right, thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Laura Skundrick, management analyst. So last month on May 15th, I brought the proposed fiscal year 2025 fee schedule to you for your review. I was also joined by many departments who were able to answer any of your questions that you had that day. Now I'm returning with the final version of that fee schedule for consideration of your adoption. So, excuse me, there have been no changes made to this fee schedule since that meeting. And these fees are represented in the fiscal year 25 budget that was approved, and you will see for adoption later this month. So with that, if you'd like, we can start by opening the first public hearing.
All right, so let's open the public hearing for the Deschutes County fee schedule and consideration of resolution adopting this fee schedule. Do we have anyone in the room that's going to be testifying? Do we have anyone online that has a raised hand to testify on the Deschutes County fee schedule? Stephen? No one? Okay, so then there's no one here to testify. So then let's close the public hearing and consider the resolution.
That is resolution number 2024-026.
Yeah, I'll move approval of resolution number 2024-026, adopting the fiscal year 25 Deschutes County fee schedule.
And I will second it.
Is there any further discussion? Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Mr. DeBonne?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Okay. So
Jackets.
now we will go to item number 15, and we're going to convene now as the governing body of Deschutes County 911, the service district fee schedule and consideration of their resolution 2024-027.
Yes, and for this fee schedule, there were no changes made from last year's fee schedule.
Okay, no changes. All right. So let's open the public hearing. Is there anyone in the room that wants to testify on 911's fee schedule? Stephen, do anyone with any raised hands online? Okay, so then let's close the public hearing, and we need to have a motion.
I'll move approval of resolution number 2024-027 to adopt the FY 25 Deschutes County 911 Service District fee schedule.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Okay, so now we're going to item number 16. We are going to convene as the governing body of County Extension and 4-H Service District.
And for this one, there were no changes from last year's fee schedule.
Okay, there are no changes. All right, so let's now open the public hearing. Is there anyone in the room that cares to testify on 4-H? An extension? Anyone raised hands online? Stephen? No one. Therefore, okay, Laura, we're going to close the public hearing now. And is there a motion?
I'll move approval of resolution number 2024-028 to adopt the FY 2025 Deschutes County Extension and 4-H Service District fee schedule.
And I will second it.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes.
There's 3 fees on there 2 for copying and 1 for a room rental.
Okay. Well, that's good. Now we're to item number 17, and we are going to convene as the governing body of the Sun River Service District. Laura, any changes?
Yes, there were a few changes. These were also reviewed at that May 15th meeting. No further changes since then. So this would be resolution number 2024-029.
Okay, let's open the public hearing. Is there anyone in the room that cares to testify on Sun River Service District? I see no raised hands. Stephen, are there any raised hands online? There are no raised hands. Therefore, I will close the public hearing. And we now need a motion.
I'll move approval of resolution number 2024-029 to adopt the FY25 Sun River Service District fee schedule.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. It might seem like this is so, but you know what? There was thousands of hours before we got here. So just want to let the public know that we aren't just doing this. Okay, now we are going to convene as the governing body of the Black Butte Ranch Service District.
And there were no changes to this fee schedule from last year's.
No changes from last year. Okay, all right, so let's open the public hearing. Is anyone out there from Black Butte Ranch going to say anything? I don't see any hands. I don't see anyone rushing up. What about online, Stephen? No one is online. Okay, therefore we will close the public hearing. And I think we need a motion.
I'll move approval of resolution number 2024-030 to adopt the FY 2025 Black Butte Ranch Service District fee schedule.
And I will second it.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Laura. Oh my gosh, it's not you now, it's the airport. Tarek. I know.
And if I could just make it clear that we're reconvening as
Oh,
the
the
governing
body of Deschutes County, regular business governing body. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. For the record, I'm Tarek Rawlings, Senior Transportation Planner with the County Road Department and the Community Development Department. And before you today, this is kind of the some of the final stages of our Redmond Airport Master Plan update. It's the text amendment aligning with Redmond Airport's Master Plan update. So we did receive that legal exhibit, the map and the legal description of the newly adjusted imaginary surface boundaries for this the zoning map portion of this text amendment. And so that was reviewed by our county surveyor, packaged into the ordinance that you have before you today. And today is really a first reading of that ordinance 2024-002 or consideration of that first reading. By title only. And if you need any questions answered, I'd be happy to do that before we go any further.
Any questions?
No.
I just want to say, if you're flying to Seattle, always leave a lot of extra time, because every time I flew into Seattle last month, you were always waiting. Yes, waiting
Good to know.
before you could go into your gate. So if you have like 59 minutes between flights, it's going to be really challenging.
I think I had all my questions answered during earlier sessions, learned all about imaginary surfaces and noise contour boundaries. So thanks for that, Tarek.
Happy to hear that.
So does someone want to make the motion?
I'll move approval of first reading of ordinance 2024-002 by title only.
And I will second it.
Any further discussion? Mr. Chang,
Yes.
Mr. DeBonne,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes, approving an ordinance amending Deschutes County Code 18-80-030 A through F to update the airport safety AS, combining zone imaginary surfaces and noise contour boundaries for the Redmond Airport by title only, ordinance number 2024-002. Is So then you'll come back in what,
Exactly.
2 weeks?
Exactly. Some next steps will be 14 days from now on June 26th. We'll come back up for second reading. And then at that point, I'll give you an update on the effective date, which should, I don't want to assume that something doesn't come up before then, but it'll be 90 days after that second reading is formalized. And we would, assuming approval of that second reading, send notice to the Department of Land Conservation and Development and send out a notice of this approval to the applicant and the affected parties.
Okay.
So we'll see you in 2 weeks.
Thank you, Tariq.
Thanks very much, Commissioners. Have a great day.
Yes, thank you. Okay, Peter Gutowski, we're now at item number 20.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Peter Gutowski, Community Development Director. Today's topic is to get direction and ideally adoption of the Community Development Department's fiscal year 2024-2025 work plan. I will note that we'll make sure that we have a list early in the document of elected and appointed officials. We'll make sure that that is up to date and accurate if and when the board finalizes and adopts the work plan. So the Board of County Commissioners held a hearing last month. You kept the written record open for a period of time. And during the open record period, we received 2 comments. One commenter had some expressed, this person testified both in person orally and then supplemented their comments with comments in writing about changing the Deschutes County's process, the Community Development Department's process for authorizing agriculturally exempt buildings. There was a second commenter that expressed a different viewpoint on that topic. Anyway, both of those correspondences are included in this memorandum, and staff is here to answer any questions you may have about that particular program. I know that Will Groves, during the public hearing process, acknowledged that CDD is currently coordinating with the assessor's office, with legal counsel to understand and to provide some guidance for those that may want to look at establishing an agriculturally exempt building under the current arrangement that we have. There's ways to do that potentially through a land use decision. But nonetheless, I wanted to turn it back over to you, Madam Chair, again, for consideration of the adoption of the fiscal year 2024-2025 work plan this afternoon.
Thank you, Peter.
Well, I always appreciate this process, just taking a moment and saying, okay, what do we think we're going to do in the next 12 months? You know, the Planning Commission, the community itself, and us be able to just review this whole big picture. So, and it really helps even in other parts of my life sometimes, like, what am I going to do in the next 12 months? Because you just want to take a moment once in a while and think like that.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner DeBonne. And this was a topic that was discussed on Monday. The Board of County Commissioners will be deliberating next month in July on the comprehensive plan update. And the structure of that update will likely include an action plan that identifies topics that warrant further examination, conversation with community members and stakeholders. We talked briefly on Monday how that action plan, I anticipate it will become an attachment, an appendix to the work plan, because it's quite common for the planning division, for Will Groves as the planning manager, to check in with the board semi-annually as resources present themselves. And in the past, the Board of County Commissioners has revisited the work plan, presumably with a new action plan, to ensure that the Community Development Department is receiving the appropriate direction to do the type of policy development and coordination in the community. So I'm excited for that opportunity, because a lot of community input went into the comprehensive plan update. And that's something that we can capture and ensure that those priorities are front and center as the Board of County Commissioner considers how to allocate resources within CDD.
I'll just say I support the the lists of projects in the first two lists, and then the planning commission's recommendations on if there is time and capacity, these would be good priorities, things like farm stands. That seemed like a reasonable list to me as well.
It is amazing what you're doing, what you're working on. And thanks for putting this document together for this next year.
You're welcome. The credit goes to Tracy Griffin, Sherry Pinner, and certainly to the managers who execute this plan, have done so and currently and in years past, as well as their commitment to ensuring that we remain accountable and transparent to our customers and our constituents. So the credit goes to them for ensuring that the Community Development Department is maintaining its excellent reputation in the community.
Thank you. Okay,
And for a motion,
please, motion.
is this,
There's two options here, one or two.
yeah, so.
Sounds
yeah,
like
there's
we're doing one.
Nobody's amending anything today, okay.
No, I don't believe so.
So yeah, I'll move to approve the CDD FY 24-25 work plan as recommended by the Planning Commission.
Second.
Further discussion? Yeah, there's just that one little change in it that you mentioned you're going to do. Okay, any further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. So thank you, Peter. Okay, oh, now we're to the afternoon. We're to number 22. We are just moving along.
Hey,
Ooh.
Good afternoon. Excuse me. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jen Patterson, Strategic Initiatives Manager.
Lee Randall, Facilities Director.
We are here before you today for a quick request. We applied for the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Block Grant Funds. Deschutes County was allocated $78,310 in funding if we so chose to apply for them. Per the board direction, we did apply for those funds, and we have now been granted approval of those funds. We applied for them as a technical assistant voucher. It's through the Department of Energy. The voucher allows us to not have to do as much administrative paperwork as a federal grant fund would normally do. And with that, we applied for a blueprint, basically blueprint projects that were outlined by the DOE for those grant funds in line with the technical assistant voucher. So we were granted the voucher. Looks like the DOE is a little bit behind schedule, so probably will be assigned consultants later in the fall if the board so chooses to accept those funds and move forward with the projects outlined.
So I'd just like to mention that the great thing about this grant is it's foundational to other grant opportunities. So by creating an energy conservation plan, it'll allow us to apply potentially in the future for some other grant opportunities that require that as a countywide plan. In the past, we've done things that were facility specific related to energy conservation. We've worked with the Energy Trust of Oregon as part of their strategic energy management plan. We've been through two separate cohorts in the past as part of that for facilities energy conservation. This allows us to cast a little bit wider net and prepare us for opportunities in the future.
are there any foundational choices that jump out when we do this work, as in new construction opposed to retrofitting, heating, cooling? What are the big things?
So that's partly what I'm excited to learn more about. Yeah. There will be some consultants are part of a pre-screened group that we'll have access to. And so we expect that we'll be looking at a wide variety of things broader than just facility energy consumption. So I think that choices that we make on building controls and ventilation is one small area, but then I think it'll likely relate to fleet, to choices about expansion, choices of building materials, et cetera. But I think it'll also revolve around employee activities and how we function operationally.
But they'll come in ready with that foundation because
Yep.
that's what they're doing all the time right now.
Exactly. That's what we
Interesting.
expect.
Okay.
Do we have any idea where the team that the Department of Energy will send us is going to come from?
We don't. I called and spoke with them. Lee and I have met with a local company that does it, and I just called to see they're a large company, with Honeywell, who just expressed interest in doing some of this work. But since we had the voucher avenue to go through, that's what we pursued. So I asked if there was any kind of leeway or looking at a designated list of contractors that we may be able to choose from. And they didn't have a solid answer. I think, these grants are across the country and there's a lot of applicants. The City of Bend is one of the applicants as well. And so I think they're still working through some of that process. And so they will get back to us when they have further information on whether we're just going to get assigned somebody or whether we get to choose from one of the selected contractor lists. So if there's some choices in the future, we're more than happy to, bring that back into the conversation here before the commissioners.
Yeah, I don't feel like we have to choose, but it would be, I think it'd be really nice if we had a local or at least an Oregon company doing the work.
Yeah. And unfortunately, at this time, we haven't been able to see the list of who. I think they're still developing part of that process.
Thanks.
So as far as your energy audit goes today, when the temperatures are like varied, I think the heat was on in my office this morning because I got here really early. Then what is it? The air conditioning has to flip on like 3 hours later or something?
Well, that's the challenge of Central Oregon. So I think we had a low in the mid 40s, high 40s last night, and then we'll probably hit the low 80s today. And so typically the upside is overnight we use that cool air to cool instead of mechanical cooling, and we save on electrical energy that way. But we I would say that probably 11 months out of the year or more, we use both heating and cooling, which is part of our high desert experience. So
I know it was really cold this morning.
Yep.
I had to put my winter coat on again. I was like going, oh my gosh.
I turned the heat on in my car.
Yes, I know. Amazing, isn't it? That's why we love it. It's always nice to sleep with it colder. So, well, this is good. Do we have a motion?
I'll move to approve the acceptance of the grant from the Department of Energy to complete an energy audit and develop energy efficiency and conservation strategy.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes.
Thank you.
Lee, are there generators backing up for this building?
No, there's not.
Do we have any buildings that do have generators?
Yes, we do. So the facilities and IT warehouse has a generator backup for the main county server. We have several health buildings with generator backup, and then the courthouse expansion part of that will add.
That'll have a generator.
Capacity.
Okay.
Yep. And then 911 and OSP as well,
Oh.
stabilization center. So I don't have the count off the top of my head, but it's around 9 buildings.
9 do have it.
Yep.
Okay. That's okay. Good to know. So that's where we'll go, right?
Yeah, exactly.
We-
And currently, to give a specific number, currently 4 of our health department buildings have generator backup.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Great. All right. So now we are looking at item number 23. The most patient people in the room. You were going to win the gold star today. Trevor, thank you so much.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Trevor Stevens. I'm the business manager for the Community Justice Department. And with me is Nicolay Brower. She's an administrative analyst for adult parole and probation. So we're here today just to get approval. We have submitted, and we actually had to, because of a tight deadline that we learned about this grant, we actually had to submit the application already. But we're just here to get approval on that application. And if we do not receive approval, we'll just rescind that application. But what we did is we applied for a grant through the Oregon Health Authority. We learned that the Oregon Health Authority is allowing individuals to bill for housing under OHP. It's through a health-related social needs and capacity grant. And so what they're doing is they're offering capacity building grants to help put those processes in place so we can actually bill for those services. So we've never billed OHP for housing related services, but 90 to 95% of our clients are on OHP. So we'd like to take advantage of those funds if possible. So what we're asking for is just approval to apply for a capacity building grant. What we will do is we'll hire a consultant to help us build the process of what that looks like, just because we've never actually built OHP as a department ourselves. So we'll utilize a outside consultant to build that process. And then we'll utilize 0.25 of a staff member to build for that process and kind of utilize those health-related social need grant funds to help offset some of the housing costs that we receive for our clients on supervision. So in total, we're asking for a grant of $345,000. It'll include the funding for the consultant. It'll include funding for our FTE, and then it'll also include some funding for a housing mentor that'll likely be a contracted FTE. And that will just be to help support the process, because with this peer recovery services, it really helps support housing and getting those people connected to those services. So we'll utilize those individuals to just help with those OHP connections and understanding what that looks like. Hopefully someone's already been through this process and knows how to navigate that system. So I'm here to answer any questions. It's a new process for us, but we're hopeful that we could potentially qualify for that and then just have another funding source to help offset some of the costs that we take as a department for housing related needs. So
This is great. Who found this?
it was passed on to us by someone else, and it's normally, so I think the health department and behavioral health applied for it for different reasons. And so we just happened to see it. We just didn't have a chance to get to it. Nick Lee did the research on it. And so we got to it at the last 3 days before the grant was due. But so that's why we are coming here now. So yeah.
Excellent. No, it's great.
That gets to one of my questions. I vaguely remembered health services coming in here and talking about an application to this program. And I was wondering, so will we be competing against ourselves?
Oregon,
or
$119 million in funds available for this. I think health services, if I remember correctly, they applied for just under $1 million, and theirs is for a technical assistance in terms of the technology side. So I don't believe it would be competing with them, but
like a whole different category.
A whole different category that we're applying for. So we did make them, when we found out about it, we'd made them aware of our application, and we also learned about their application as well. And I believe there's a consortium in Deschutes County that also applied for services through Neighborhood Impact and some other individuals. We let them know that we were going to apply for funds. We haven't heard back from them, but just so they were aware of our application, we did make them aware of that.
Okay, great. One of my other questions actually relates to the OHP portion of this. I mean, when people are in jail, they don't have OHP, if I'm tracking correctly, right? That gets stripped away from them, and then for people who are for people you have under supervision, they've managed to get that reinstated.
Yeah. We work on as quickly as possible. So as soon as they're released from jail, or if we know they're coming out from prison, we'll work with them to get them connected to an OHP assister and get them connected back to services as well. We've also worked internally to look at possibly training an internal OHP assister. And so with this consultant, we'd see if we could kind of modify that process to actually have our own in-house OHP assister, just to get them connected to funds as quickly as possible.
Right, great.
Okay.
I mean, I think it's great that OHA would consider using OHP funding to support people's, like a social determinant of health housing. So I'm excited about this project, and continuing to be aware that community justice has housing needs for our clients, and I'm really glad that you found this or were referred this opportunity.
Yeah, we're excited. So we'll find out. I think the first round of funding they'll release in July, and then they release the second round of funding in September. So we could be selected in either of those pools. So
great.
So Trevor, on the application, did you want your email on both spots for DVNU?
That may have been an error. Just going through it very quickly. I can make an edit to that once granted, Devi would probably prefer that it comes to me. So
I know.
She may prefer that. So, but I'll make sure I let them know that that's in there as an error. Thank you for noticing that.
Okay. Well, I was just like, it's always good to have two people, right?
Yes, for
you
sure.
could miss the grant awarding.
Yes. So, yeah.
Anyway, good. So is someone comfortable making a motion?
I'll move approval of I move to approve community justice to apply for an Oregon Health Authority health-related social needs capacity building grant.
I'll second it.
Further discussion? It might be nice just to say the 345,000 in the grant, in
Okay,
the motion, just
add that to the motion.
so we know how much we're actually going for. So, what a need. Okay, so for the vote, Commissioner Chang
Yes.
and Commissioner DeBonne.
Yes.
And thank you again. Your gold star will be waiting for you when you
thank
walk
you.
out the door.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Oh,
Chair votes yes. I vote yes. I know. It's like, okay.
I was watching you.
Good. I'm glad somebody is. All right. So now we're to other items in this letter. I don't see Jen in the room, but the COAC letter, it's here to, we need to get that out today. Do you guys have a copy of it?
Is that the one we talked about on Monday?
Yes.
So I had sent an email to Director Bainey from COIC just to learn more about it. I haven't heard anything back. She asked, Jen sent me an email yesterday, said, are you ready to sign? I said, I don't need to sign at this time. I don't have any more information.
Okay. It's a funding request and it is for the 24-25 year. So,
You guys can just send it.
okay, we can just, okay, the two of us?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm happy to sign it.
Great. Yes, they're just asking us to support this funding request. So, all right, thank you very much. So then we have, anything else, guys? Other items? Oh, I did have, Central Oregon Health Council yesterday for executive director, and they do have a couple, excellent candidates, and I believe we're still in process on that. So that was over on Eagle where they're, asphalting the road.
I was able to attend the Sun River Lapine Economic Development meeting yesterday, so at the Lapine City Hall. There's probably, in fact, yeah, they'll be looking for where the next commercial spots in Lapine, the city of, and Deschutes County with our Newberry neighborhood future planning will be a spot where maybe some of the corners or whatever of the property will be future commercial. So just showing their yearning, the city manager's there and people are talking about where's the next commercial going to be. So they're going to be ready for that at some point in the time. Also, welcome to Travis Downing. He's the manager at Sun River Brewing Company now, taking over for Ryan Dooley. So Travis has joined us on the board at the SLED meeting also.
I'll just share that the Oregon Water Resources Commission will be here in Bend tomorrow. I'm going to spend a couple of chunks of the day with them.
Okay. Anything else? Nick, do you have anything? All right. So is it the time and place that we have to read your statement? I did remember that.
Thank you.
Yeah, Cody Smith has got the second item under executive session and he's going to be doing remotely, which I have to do upstairs in Allen. So I'm just letting you know.
So do you want us to go?
Either way, I mean, you can do the first part down here and the second part upstairs, whatever's more convenient.
Ooh. Okay. Well, can we do Christie's now and then go upstairs? Okay, Christie.
Okay, let me read the statement real
Yes,
quick.
please read the statement.
Okay, the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners will now convene in executive session pursuant to ORS 192.660. The specific authorization for this executive session is ORS 192.660, subsection 2E, which allows the board to meet in executive session in order to discuss real property negotiations. Designated staff and the media are allowed to remain during the executive session. However, the media may only report that the board met in executive session and the identified basis for meeting in executive session. Recording devices are not permitted. No final decisions will be made in executive session, and at the conclusion of the executive session, we will open the doors and invite the audience back to the meeting.
Okay,